Go and whoa, rough start to the stream. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Brightworks. Let me see here. I'm opening this up with the intent that we get some folks in here and we can have a good old time. Oh no. Oh whoa. What? Okay, so to fill you in audibly, what's going on? There's I have 3 monitors, 2 on each side vertical, and then 1 in the middle horizontal. One of the vertical one on my left is, I don't know. There's like there's like a bar of messy pixels on the top side. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's really weird. I don't like that at all. Okay, well, anyways, today what we were up to, and as I do this, I better figure out how to be a streamer again. I feel like I'm so out of touch. You're out of time, but I'm out of my head when you're not around. Sort of thing. Tumbleweed says T-S-A-Q-I-F-C-Y-R-I-L. I'm guessing that's Cyril or Kirill. PvE today. Oh, that's an interesting idea. That actually was not what I had planned. We will have a special guest joining us today at some point, I believe. Which should be awesome. We're going to be seeing some cool stuff. There was a 1v1 tournament today. Congratulations, I believe, to, who was it? I think it was Rexel and ZLO Faf tied for the win today, so that was cool. That was the 1v1 Masters League. So Masters League, I believe, is a ELO-based, or what is it called? Gosh, what is it called in Beyond All Reason? Don't even know what this game is anymore. Your open skill. It's an OS-based tournament. Basically, there's like a qualifiers sort of thing, so that you have to be good to play the game with those guys. And Nutty, we beat 20 queens. What? 20 queens and Nutty Raptors is crazy. How does that work? They like spawn one after each other? One after one other? Something like that? That's interesting. That is certainly quite interesting. Stream is saying no data, which is always fun. Love when I get the no data sign. Let me go ahead and put this on there. Oh, excellent connection now. Okay. Hey, you do you. You do you, YouTube. I'm gonna go ahead and put the announcement out that the stream has actually started up. We're about an hour early here, a little more than that actually, and we might even go a little bit late too, because I have got all the time in the world today. Super excited to play around. We'll probably jump all over the place. I was actually gonna play some of what is that game called? I've been playing a new game recently. A buddy of mine got me. It is called Everhood. And it's very, like, I don't know if it's the exact same developers as Undertale, but it's very, very similar. Like, it gives me the exact same similar kind of super similar vibes. And it's awesome. It's super fun. I was going to play that for a minute, but, you know. Don't worry, Bright. I've only played this game for like 5 hours and I can't even set keybinds properly. Well, to be fair, don't worry about setting keybinds properly because nobody can set keybinds properly. They're very, very difficult to mod. I think I have a tutorial for that, by the way, in the archive somewhere. You can go dig through and find that. There's a, yeah, I believe I have a tutorial on editing keybinds. It's really tough. It's not, it takes a little bit of programming skills. Not much, but like just the barest minimum. You have to be able to open up the code and then change some of the variables around and figure out, you know, what variables represent what. But it is doable. It's just not friendly. Yeah. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be putting out an announcement. Sheesh. This guy. At announcements. Longer stream today. Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. Buy now, extra value, wow, it's a large falafel meal for 2. Longer stream today. And a potential surprise guest joining us. Tune in to see what's happening. See what's up. I'll go see what's up. I can't spell happening. Any ideas on how to spell happening? Not happening. Happening. Let me go ahead and do that. bada bing, a bada boom. Let me put this in the official bar channel as well here. I've been wanting to play some Doom recently too. Oh man, all my coworkers been talking about these different video games, and I was like, "Oh, you guys ever played Doom?" And they all looked at me like I was crazy. I'm not crazy. I just think it's one of the best games ever made. What can I say? Surprise. I always forget about that extra R in surprise. It really takes me by surprise. There we go. Anyway, announcement is out. Chat is up. Game is on, and I gotta pop you guys out so I can actually read what's going on over here. You guys are so itty bitty, so tiny little chat over there. Say hello, tiny chat. Let's see, where do I want to put you? I guess I'll put you up here. YouTube, yeah, you can go down here. Analytics, no. Where's health? There we go. Cool. Super early stream. Yeah, I was gonna go earlier than this, but I stayed up till 2:30 a.m. yesterday playing Valheim with some buddies, so ended up sleeping in. I was pretty glad because I thought I was supposed to be commentating the 1v1 tournament today, and I like woke up in a panic at like 6 a.m. or whatever it is for me. It's like crazy stupid early. Woke up, looked at, I did a bunch of research, and I was like, oh wait, no, I wasn't supposed to cast this. I agreed for, I signed up to cast a different tournament, the Alpha League or whatever it is. I gotta go figure out. I'm all like skeptical now. Oh yeah, what is it? Alpha Cup, April 12th to 13th. So that's not for a minute. April 12th. I don't know my months. April 12th to 13th is in 1, 2, 3 weekends from now. So not next weekend or the weekend after that, but the weekend after 2 weekends from now. That makes sense? Are you ready? Tumbleweed, do you smell what the rock is a-cooking? Alright. I think we're ready. I think we're set. We're gonna play some warm-up games, and what we've got to think about is what I need to hear from all of you guys, what I need to hear from everybody in chat is any questions you have about Legion development. I need Legion development questions. I was trying to come up with them this morning, and my mind was blank. Like a smooth surface of marble, my mind was nothing but a plane of infinite nothingness. Couldn't think a single thought. So I figured, you know what, why don't I just open this up to you guys? I'll let you guys throw your questions in the chat, and I'll just, I'll just read them out when we have our special guest arrive. We'll compile them. We'll probe their mind. And hopefully, we get to have a good time. Anything, and it actually extends outside of Legion development too. Anything about general development. Oh yeah, this was something I wanted to go over too. So I figured I would wait until I had. I was live to do this. When Hornet going to revive his PC? That's a great question. Yeah, we'll definitely be discussing that. Alright, let me put this down here. Actually, it's kind of really inconvenient to read down there. Let me put it over here. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Now I've covered up the thing that I need to, let's see. Did I do this right? Hey, I did do this right. Alright, cool. So, what you should be looking at right alongside me here, I'm gonna center this just because I'm OCD about it. What you should be looking at alongside me here is the Season 2 announcement. I'm sure many of you have already seen this. I actually haven't combed through it yet, so we're just gonna do it live on chat right here because, or on stream right here. Because, I'm really excited to figure out what's going on. I've heard some of the changes, like, secondhand, and they seem kind of crazy. And as an Armada player, they seem kind of scary. But, we're gonna go through it and start thinking about them, just so that we're all prepared for when Season 2 is here. Let me start this off by saying, so that you know, my objective stance, my, my personal stance is, I hate season architecture. I think it's just a horrible way of doing things. I think iterative balance patches is a less invasive way of doing it. You kind of do like little changes over time. Seasons kind of feels, I don't know. I believe the plan is to never make bar pay to play, like ever. But seasons is such a pay-to-play driven model that there's, I don't know, it feels like, it feels wrong for bar. Like, it just doesn't feel like it matches the bar vibe. But anyway, that's like such a nothing burger of a gripe. Beyond Our Racing kicks off 2025 with a massive seasonal update, new balance changes, rating adjustments, maps, and more. Details revealed of the highly anticipated Alpha Cup 2025 as well included. Join the battle and shape the future of Beyond All Racing. Get ready for some awesome news. I just can't wait to share this awesome news with y'all. Spring just around the corner, we've decided to ride the natural rhythm of our home planet and roll out our very own seasonal update. Boy, oh boy, do we have some exciting things in store for you. From a major T1 rebalance patch to rating algorithm adjustments, new maps, and a ton of milestones we smashed along the way. No doubt 2025 is going to be a huge year for Beyond Our Racing. And guess what? That's just the beginning. So, my dear Commander, it's time to return to your bases, patch up your forces, eco up, and prepare for the incoming briefing. The next mission awaits. Oh, and by the way, read to the end of the post for details about this year's Bar 1v1 Alpha Cup reveal. That's the one that I'm going to be commentating, by the way. It's going to be a good one. This is actually, usually they pick like 1 or 2 tournaments every, I want to say like 3 months or so, kind of every quarter of the year. They'll pick like 1 or 2 big tournaments to throw a bunch of money behind, get a big prize pool going, make it a really big event, and I think that's what this 1v1 Alpha Cup is supposed to be. So anyway, Season 2 rating adjustments and timing. One of the most significant changes introduced in Season 1 was the coefficient controlling the uncertainty floor, tau. Designed to ensure, I'm not going to get into the math behind all this, by the way, I'm just going to kind of read it at face value. Even highly active players could continue progressing without their ratings stagnating. Yeah, that was a big issue, and like I can attest to that firsthand. Right, this is something that I've dealt with because my rating basically was stuck at 31 for like a year because I just had played and watched so many games of Beyond Our Reason that it was like, yeah, we're 99% confident that this is exactly where you belong, and so you will never change from this. Which is great, I guess, because I could lose as many games as I wanted, and I would never go down. But I also could win as many games as I wanted, and I would never go up. So it's a bit of a weird thing. I'm glad they did this. Basically, what this means is that you will never reach 99% certainty. You will always be like 80% uncertain or something like that. So that basically, at any given point, you can always move up or down. Obviously important because that's how ladders work. After gathering feedback from experienced players, it became clear that it was set too high, though initial estimate was based on simulation using Season 0 data. Real-world results provide for better insights. Now with concrete data from Season 1, we fine-tune this value for a more balanced and accurate rating system. Yeah, this is good stuff. This is kind of, what is that, like a 30% decrease or something like that? A 36% decrease for Tau basically means that, yeah, it's you're gonna be less. Your rank is always gonna be a little less certain, which means you have more room to move, which is I think a good thing. Anyway, here's some estimates. You can always pause and read that if you want, but I'm gonna skip to the next stuff. Bar Season 2, the final lap begins. As Season 1 comes to a thrilling close, we're excited to announce a special reward for our top players. Those who secure a spot in the top 100 on the leaderboard will be immortalized as the season ends. The Season 1 leaderboard will remain displayed on our website, an eternal testament to your achievements. But that's not all. The top 3 players from each game mode, dual, small, large team, and free-for-all, will earn exclusive gold, silver, and bronze medals for their commanders. This is your final chance to claim glory and secure your place in the Hall of Fame. Give it your all. It's time for the final lap. So that's cool. I mean, that's I'm impartial to handing out little cosmetics because obviously that again turns into like pay to play really quickly. But also cosmetics are like the least offensive form of pay to play in my opinion. Like, if you can imagine one day they start going like, "Hey, we're going to make you pay to unlock T2." Pay $30 and you can play with the sharpshooter. It's like, whoa, okay. But no, if you're paying to have like a silly hat on your commander, I mean, it's basically a donation, but you get a little perk out of it. So I'm not so opposed to that. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a cool idea having like a leaderboard race, sort of incentivizing people to compete. We'll get into more reasons why this is kind of cool later on, but for now we'll just leave it be. Now, the next thing up is refining the battlefield unit balance updates. So this is where we get into the guts of this, and this is going to be a while. So dig in. If you've got, if you're just tuning in, grab a soda, grab a root beer, grab a drink, grab some popcorn, because this is going to be a bit of a information dump. But there's a lot of information, so it's gonna be good stuff. Refining the battlefield unit balance updates. Balancing Bar's vast roster of units has always been a challenge, I don't doubt it. Especially with the diverse player archetypes we try to cater to and the game modes we aim to support in this patch, we've tackled key issues raised by various sub-communities, from high-ranking 1v1 veterans and monomap enthusiasts to rotation players, not forgetting about single and PvE players. Yes, they are talking about you, Glitters and Supreme Isthmus enjoyers. This update introduces meaningful changes that we believe will enhance both balance and strategic depth. Some adjustments are true game changers, so dust off your commander's notebook and dive into the patch notes below. For a full technical version, check the GitHub. I'm not doing all that. That's why I'm reading this. So this is a big deal. Economy unification. We are bringing the factions closer to each other when it comes to wind and solar. This is so choosing one faction over the other doesn't feel mandatory on maps that are particularly high or low wind. This is something that is an inevitable discomfort that I think Legion is also going to have to suffer from eventually as well. I'm always like thinking about adding, Legion on the side here on the to the side of all this, and Legion is gonna come into effect basically the same way here, where when you're balancing these things that are uncontrollable about the map, if it's a big enough strategic advantage to go for Armada because the wind speed is high, you're only ever gonna get Armada, right? Like that's just how it is. So this is kind of, a necessary evil, despite being like one of those distinguishing things that between Armada and Core. It's it's like necessary that this happens. But mostly a bunch of buffs for Armada. You get the build time reduction and you get the better energy cost here for the tidal generators and the advanced solars. However, you pay a little bit more of a tax on your wind turbines. So Armada wind turbines not as powerful. Everything else about Armada energy production is boosted a little bit. Whereas the Core, they got only a buff, but basically it brings them within line here. They essentially have their wind turbine cost reduced, and all their builders have more build power. As they're more costly. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that Core builders were more expensive. That's pretty interesting. Anywho, this is another big section here. So Tech 1 combat unit reworks. To ensure consistent and predictable early game interactions and give better tools against scout spam tactics, all laser weapons now have 100% accuracy. Which is something that I feel like should have been there from the very beginning. Like, that's, a laser is like a line that hits the enemy. I feel like that should always have been 100% accurate. I don't mind that change whatsoever. It is going to be a big one, though, because it means that early scout spam, like ticks, they're gonna suffer immensely, right? Like grunts miss ticks all the time. It's like one of the biggest advantages that you have as playing ticks against Core. It's just the fact that you can move them so quickly that grunts miss them, even though they're firing a laser beam. Now that lasers are 100% accurate, not the case anymore. Grunts will obliterate ticks, like instantly obliterate ticks. So tick gaming is going to be a lot harder. This is going to change a lot because, getting those ticks through the enemy lines past the grunts is going to require way more ticks. It's going to be a much more significant investment. But as we'll see here as we go through some of the costs, all of T1 is going to be actually a much more significant investment. So should be kind of an interesting thing to see how the front line develops. So the Blitz, basically just a buff here, it looks like. HP was increased slightly, sight distance was increased fairly significantly, and the hitbox was modified so that it doesn't friendly fire as much. That's nice. As, someone who enjoys playing Blitzes but can't really because incisors are so powerful, it's nice to see that they're maybe going to be a little more viable, at least if you ball them up now than, they once were before. That was part of the reason that the change to the incisors was so big, is that it put the emission point for the laser sort of at the nose of the laser, so they could fire past each other a lot more easily rather than, I think it was like at the back here somewhere. So anyways, the point being that, incisors got a little bit of a tuning buff, and now blitzes are getting a little bit of a tuning buff as well, so I don't know. I think these are going to be in line. We'll have to wait and see until in-game they go up against each other. Sight distance of 330 is pretty impressive, though. That's going to mean that these guys can fire out a lot further here. The exploiter build time was just nerfed, straight up nerfed. I think that's because in the T1 1v1 scene, exploiters are basically unstoppable. You had to go core and you had to go exploiters because they were so powerful. I mean, a lot of the pros don't go for them because they can manage 35 different entrances. But if you're playing 1v1 casually, casual competitive, yeah, you used exploiters if you wanted to win. So pretty significant nerf here for the pawn. It has a metal cost increase, which it was already expensive, but now it's up to 52 metal apiece, which is kind of crazy, right? Like, think about like a mace is 130 metal, so it's like not even like two. It's like 2.5 pawns now, as opposed to like 3 pawns, which is, you know, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of I feel like this adds up pretty quick because you end up making a lot of these pawns in the early game and in the late game as scout spam, right? So it definitely hits the scout spam mark. Like, that's going to be really dangerous. But there is also an energy cost reduction, so that's nice. And then also the HP slightly increased here, sort of just to make up for the cost. Cortex has it way worse, though. The Grunt is nerfed heavily, up from 36 metal to 43 metal, and the range is reduced by 20. So they're no longer going to be able to kite as effectively against Pawns. Remember, Pawns still have that movement speed bonus, so they're going to be able to catch up to Grunts. Grunts also now don't have the range to effectively kite against them as well. And the energy cost was reduced. Okay, so that's not bad. Lowered turn rate and acceleration. Okay. That's kind of interesting. I wonder, I mean, that must be like part of the laser rebalance. I don't know why you would adjust that otherwise. But essentially, yeah, the reason these got nerfed so hard is because they're now 100% accurate. So there's, like, they really are gaining a crazy advantage being 100% accurate. I feel like people are sort of understating, in all the discussion I've seen, people are sort of understating how important this 100% accuracy thing is. It means that they will always hit center model of the target. So it means for a tick, they're always going to hit it. I think, like, I believe there's, I mean, barring some, like, weird exceptions, I think Grunts are going to be the perfect counter to ticks and other light vehicles like rovers and rascals, that sort of thing. Which is why they're a lot slower now. You have to use them a little bit closer. Like, you don't have to use them the same as Centurions in the sense that they're, like, tanky and costly. But you have to position them right so that they're, you know, you can build an LLT wall out of them, essentially. Anyway, the rover got an HP buff. The rascal also got an HP buff. Looks like the rover's a little more expensive, or a little bit more sturdy than the rascal. I'm assuming it's more costly as well. This is a change that I'm pretty excited for. The Stormbringer bombs drop 17% closer together. So maybe this means that the Stormbringer is going to be viable as a single target bomber, finally. For the longest time, the Stormbringer has just been kind of dookie water. You know, maybe this will help. This is one of those things that's hard to tell. Like, 17% is a lot, but it's hard to tell how impactful that is to the actual damage numbers, quote unquote, until you're actually in the game. Banshee gets a health increase and a new weapon type, higher rate of fire, but similar DPS. Yeah, it's basically what the Banshee gets is it's like a plasma cannon, like the same as the Pawn, but it just fires a little bit slower. Somebody showed me a demo of it a little while back. It's pretty cool. It's not bad. It just kind of like standardizes it away from the like shotgun projectile or whatever that is that shotguns use. Shuriken with a slight nerf here. Reload time from 1.2 to 1.3. That's like nothing. Slightly nerfing Shuriken usage, but not enough that I think we won't see them. This is a huge one. Invisible threats. We believe that one-shot mechanics from completely invisible units with both cloak and stealth have negatively impacted gameplay, hence we decided to balance their properties. This hurts my heart here. The Armada Sneaky Pete Tech 1 Jammer loses its cloaking ability, which allows for cheesy commander cloak plays, which the majority of the players considered unfair and simply unfun. That's fair. It's a fair argument. Not one that I agree with, but it is a fair argument to say that, it's very frustrating to send your T3 unit out on the field and have absolutely no way of knowing that there's a commander about to D-gun down your 15,000 metal investment. Yeah, that's a bummer for sure, and maybe this will help a little bit with that. Obviously, commanders can still cloak; they still have the little radar blip, but they can handle themselves. Oh, sorry, I just got a message here. Feel free to get started. The clock is on. 1 hour inbound. Okay, so then they have some changes for spy bots as well. So EMP damage massively lowered from 56,000 to 5,000. So that is a hold on, let me get my calculator out. That's like a 25x nerf or something like that. 56,000 divided by 5,000. Yeah, so they got their damage reduced by 11 times. Jeez, that's crazy. So, I mean, hopefully this still means that you can still stun stuff with spy bots. Maybe it just means you need to make more of them. Spy bots are so energy expensive, though. This is like the whole point of the spy bot was that it costs so much energy because it does so much EMP damage. Hopefully they reduce the cost of spy bots, I guess, because I don't know, 5,000. It just seems like nothing of a kind of EMP right here. But anyways, let's read on. Our goal is for the spy bots to be effective against light T2 units like Sheldon and Mauser, fully stunning them while remaining ineffective against heavier T2 units like the Bulls or Mammoth. So that's the difference that they're going for, is between Bulls and Sheldons, which is that's like a 450 metal difference, something like that. Sheldons are like 400-ish metal and Bulls are 950. So yeah, call it 400 metal difference between those two units. That's kind of the range that they're going for. It's not massive, honestly. It's not like a giant range. I don't know how this is going to change things, but I think spy bots are significantly nerfed. I think that's the takeaway here. Cloak cost is adjusted, so they don't cost nearly as much to cloak as they did before, which is nice. Yeah, 40 energy while moving is nothing. Like, that's very, very nice. Given that their main purpose is to move while cloaked. They should be designed to be carefully maneuvered while cloaked. I appreciate it. Maximum EMP stun duration lowered from 20 to 8 seconds. Wow. That's a crazy nerf. More than a 50% reduction right there. It's like a 65% reduction. That is a significant change. Man. So that means, I mean, yeah, what they're basically saying is, you know, if you want to stun something for 20 seconds, you have to send in two to three spy bots. Yeah, I don't know. That's gonna be, yeah, you're gonna need a significant, you're absolutely right, Cage. You're gonna need a significant metal energy investment to make spy bots, because they're so energy dense. Like, they're one of the most energy dense units in the game, relative to their effect on the battlefield, right? Like, just for vision and EMP in a little radius, they're very, very energy expensive. Yeah, that's interesting. I think spy bots are gonna have a really rough time going forward. It's gonna be a while before spy bots find their place. What this means is that spy bots are shifting away from frontliners, and they're gonna be the responsibility of backliners to produce. Because yeah, you're gonna need those aphises to pump out enough energy really to deal with producing enough spy bots to be worth anything. Whereas the frontliners, you know, they're just not gonna have enough energy. Added manual attack command to instantly self-destruct on a targeted enemy or location. Oh, that's kind of nice. So you could set a location to target to EMP. That's pretty cool. So you can say like to ground attack to attack the ground, I guess, and then it would detonate when it gets there. That's really neat. Yeah, because otherwise there was like this weird issue where like you'd get somewhere and then you'd like tell it to attack a building and the building doesn't exist anymore, and then it's just standing there and then gets found and killed. Yeah, you know what? That's kind of cool. Okay, I didn't realize that you could attack the ground with it and detonate it. But I think this also means that you can fight command them around, and they will, whenever they get within range of an enemy, they will pop. Kind of cool, because it does mean you could send them in, like, you don't have to it's like it reduces the micro cost a little bit, but obviously spy bots are at their best when you manually micro them into the juiciest of connections. Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be interesting to see. Spy bots are going to have a really rough time this patch. Cortex T2 vehicles. So here's a little snippet that they wrote. Cortex T2 vehicles have been consistently less popular than Armada because they're not nearly as cool. Thus, we have decided to adjust the stats of some Cortex T2 vehicles to make them more attractive to players wishing to go down the vehicles route. Banishers with a significant buff can now fire in all directions, making them the ultimate kiting machine against literally everything, with a sight distance of 650 now, which is tremendous, and an energy cost reduced to just 17,000. Man, I had not met a person who was unhappy to play Cortex vehicles. You make a bunch of Tiger tanks, you make some Banishers, and then you win the game. So now I guess you just make a few less Banishers. Or maybe a few more, because they're a little cheaper. Tremor, attack a bit more spread, and the area of effect is also increased, as well as the damage per shot. I don't know. The Tremor is such a niche tool. Like, I feel like this thing gets used in such a... So many niche applications, like there's a hill, and you gotta kill a base on the other side of that hill. Okay, maybe I'll build a Tremor. Like, that's like the one use case I can think of. But yeah, other than that, I mean... Okay. this buff doesn't really strike me very hard. The 50 damage increase is nice, because that'll mean that you do a lot more damage to those T1 units, so it'll be better for dealing with spam, but the attack spread is going to negate that somewhat. Poison Arrow. Energy cost reduced to 21,000 from 29,000. Build time is also reduced, and the sight distance is increased. I believe that's to coincide with the sight increase of the amphibious units, which I don't think we got to quite yet, but that's coming up. I think that's just a standardization. I don't mind the Poison Arrow being a little bit cheaper. It's actually a little undertuned. If anything, it costs more than a bull, but it underperforms bulls. Obviously you get that amphibiousness, but the amount of times I've seen somebody actually use a Poison Arrow for amphibious entry rather than a salamander, it's like 0. Curious to see how that turns out. Alright, I've been waiting to talk about this one this entire time. This is the real one that stuck me in the side, and I have not been able to get over. I'm really curious to see what you guys have to say about it. Maybe, some consolation or something, but I've been fuming over this change for a while, because I just think it's a bad one. The dog and the spider. We're streamlining the user interface by removing less commonly used toggles in preparation for the upcoming UI rework, which includes changes to the Hound. Additionally, in recent meta, Recluse has overshadowed the Hound in nearly every way, so we're applying a slight nerf to encourage more unit variety. That's their snippet, right? That's their explanation. They're saying they want to encourage more unit variety by nerfing the spider and buffing the Hound, right? Bear in mind that that's the goal of these changes here, right? So they start off by removing effectiveness from the Hound. They take away the Hound's Gauss weapon, which is like, come on now. Are you really gonna sit here and tell me that is the quote unquote? Sorry, where is it? Less commonly used toggle is the Hound's Gauss secondary weapon. I have been persistently a member of the Hound use your Gauss secondary weapon community, like, since the inception of Beyond All Reason. Well, since the inception of my time playing Beyond All Reason. Like, single-handedly the most important toggle in the entire arsenal of toggles. Like, I can't think of another toggle that does more for a unit than the Hound. Yeah, I like the Gauss mode is just so useful. And the reason it's so useful is because the Hound is sort of this split personality. On one hand, the Hound is a really powerful siege engine. It can fire away pretty far, and it does a good amount of damage. But it's always overshadowed by the Sheldon, because the Sheldon has more range and I believe more speed as well. So basically, in every way, the Hound is overshadowed as a siege engine. Where they make up that difference, though, as the Armada counterpart to the core Sheldon, is that you can switch them to their Gauss weapon, and they fill a different role. So rather than, just being the best siege engine, they're a siege engine with a different purpose. And that's kind of, that's cool, because that means that you're giving, it's like a trade-off, right? Like, you're giving the player a... How do I say this? You're giving the player something for the trade-off that they're taking, right? The loss that they're taking against Sheldon. To remove the Gauss weapon, I mean, I don't understand why anyone would use Hounds anymore. The metal cost reduction of 15 is just not significant enough to justify not using a Recluse. And like this metal buff of minus 15 metal for the Hound is nowhere near enough to justify the range difference, right? Or I should say the range difference is much smaller than this cost nerf, or cost buff. So, I guess to summarize my thoughts here, I think the Recluse is not going to go anywhere. Even though it's slower, even though it can't see as far, or fire as far, I still think it's going to just be a devastator on the front lines, because it's still so much safer to go for Recluses, because they can just retreat up a hillside to get away, or just fire another volley of rockets at whatever's aggressing towards them. Whereas the Hound used to have the ability to just kill it with their Gauss weaponry. Now they just kind of can't. I don't know. The Hound's gonna need a range buff or something, because this is a crazy hit to the Hound. Yeah, you make a good point, Reed Sweet. I think I take your point is that there's no there's no Cortex changes because everybody makes Sheldon early on. They're really putting the dog and the spider under scrutiny. Where's the Sheldon and the Sumo or comparable? I think it's because these are sort of the Sheldon does both of these jobs. The Hound, the Sheldon is the siege engine that the Hound wants to be, and the spider is the burst damage that 20 Sheldon are once you ball them up. I don't particularly like this change. Well, and it's not that I don't like it. It's that I just don't think that it accomplishes what they're trying to. If this really is the vision that they're trying to accomplish, here's the other side. Here's the other side of the coin. I'll give you the behind the scenes side of the coin. Simplifying the UI has been a huge undertaking, and it's been something that a lot of the development team has been working on for a long time. And so, to their credit, figuring out ways to remove elements of the UI to make it simpler to use, like for instance the high-low targeting, has been really useful, right? Like that's a good thing. That's a generally positive thing. The issue is that some things you remove, you lose so much functionality that it kind of doesn't justify removing it. Like you make a huge change, and I don't know. Is it worth changing the UI just so you can, you know, like if you're what I'm saying is if you're gonna change the UI, use that to justify this change, not saying that you're gonna, you know, try and promote unit. What did they say? Less commonly encourage more unit variety. Don't say you're gonna encourage more unit variety. Just say, hey, we gotta remove this button from the UI because we're changing it all. Sorry. I don't know. Feels disingenuous. Disingenuous? I think that's the right word. Miscellaneous changes. Radars are both buffed. The cost has just been reduced, which, I mean, I think that's fine. Armada and Core jammer ships have both been nerfed slightly, which was kind of strange. Like, just not... I don't know. It felt like a weird thing to touch, but I guess just feeling like keeping these in line, they wanted to make them tankier as boats, but a little bit more costly. You know, metal time, energy cost, all that stuff goes upwards, so... To be fair, the jammer ships are tremendous. Like, they have a huge jamming field. It's gigantic. So I guess it makes sense that they would be a little tankier. They'd be a little bit better. They're you know, kind of like that, but still. Seems weird that their solution to simplifying the UI is to remove interesting functionality from the units, right? I don't think... Yeah, I don't know. It's two issues that I agree with. We need to have units that all feel usable, and we need to have a UI that feels usable, but sometimes those two intersect, and this is definitely one of those pain points, and I mean, it's not like they're not aware of that, right? Like, the bar devs are incredibly smart. They're aware of the fact that this is going to be a real game shaker. But on the other hand, I mean, it's not like Armada doesn't have other options, right? If you know, you can go into sharpshooters. They're more expensive, but you can go into them, and you know, recluses are still going to be quite viable. It's not like Armada is losing firepower here, like across the board from a holistic perspective, but it does really suck because the Hound is such an iconic unit to have it. I don't know. I think this is going to make the Hound fall out of favor really quickly. We'll have to see though. Maybe this price buff is significant enough that it'll be worth it. 285 metal is not a lot. Like, once you're on your T2 economy, 285 metal is very justifiable. So. We'll see. We'll see. Amphibious units. I mentioned these earlier. So all the amphibious units got a sight buff as well as faster turrets, which is kind of interesting. They just, they can, you know, they can turn their heads around a little quicker and they can see a little bit further. Actually, a lot further. It's almost a 100% buff or a 200% buff. They're, yeah, they all got more sight distance, so they're better at finding targets and killing them, which is not a bad thing. But I believe that's where this sight distance buff comes from for the poison arrow as well. And that's about it. You Yeah, I don't know. I'm really excited to see what these changes bring about, but they terrify me a little bit because like the T1 early game feels like a pretty good buff for core. Oh, ticks are more expensive. Did I mention ticks are more expensive? That's a huge one. So instead of 17 metal, now going up to 21 metal. It's yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be a it's gonna be an interesting patch. Very excited to see that. Curious how Armada is gonna form into all this. Should be really interesting to see. Let's talk about the new meta. Time to explore the new meta. 2025 Alpha Cup details revealed. Wait, what better way to test these new balance adjustments than with the most prestigious 1v1 official bar tournament of the year? We're excited to announce that this year's Alpha Cup will kick off on April 12th at 17 CET in the annual Double Elimination Showdown. The best commanders will battle for the title of King of Bar and the exclusive Golden Crown cosmetic. There will only be one Alpha. Who will rise to claim it? Map pool for the event will be Arkham Seth's Valley, Heartbreak Hill, Crystallized... Oh, there's a little visual here. We'll go through these one by one. Arkham Seth's Valley, a 16 by 16 6v6 map made by Beherith, and definitely a popular one that we've seen 1v1s on all the time. Heartbreak Hill, same sort of situation. One of those maps that we see 1v1s fought over. It's like a classic. Looks like this is a 1v1 to 3v3. Okay, cool. Made by Johannes. We have Flats, Crystallized Plains, 12 by 14, and it is a 1v1 map made for 4 players max, and made by Moose, apparently. Onyx Cauldron, by Johannes again, another one of those classics. Feasts of Hades, plenty of crystals there to eat up, 3v3 to 6v6 maps, with 12 players max, and made by Phalange. We have Cirolata, or Kirolata, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but anyways, made by Moose. It's a pretty weird one, because there's all these little weird run-by paths in the background. Definitely very interesting. Gonna be interested to see if anybody's gonna fight that one. I have Horus, fairly standard desert map. It's got a big ring of metal extractors in the middle, and then a whole bunch of stuff on the sides. Desolation, small map, small win, small fun. And Tundra, another very, very small map. Cool. And you can register here. There's no player limit either, so if you want to sign up, you want to join the fun, feel free. Tournament is open to everybody, but I won't lie to you. We're going to have the best of the best there, so good odds you get smoked in the first round, but hey, maybe you'll get smoked by the King of Bar. All right. Oh, this is interesting. I had no idea about this. More details coming soon, by the way. If you have questions or want to donate to the prize pool, contact Barcast TV. Barcast TV on Discord. Yep. Barcast has, I'm glad to say, has taken over most of the major 1v1 tournaments, doing a great job with all that. I've been super thrilled watching all that, come to fruition. I remember way back in the day talking with Barcast about how he wanted to develop a 1v1 scene for Beyond All Reason. Like, it was kind of his dream was to make 1v1 a lot more popular, and now managing, several 1v1 tournaments as well as the most prestigious Beyond All Reason 1v1 tournament of the year. I gotta imagine Barcast's pretty happy about all that. New seasonal Supreme Isthmus variation. Yippee! Winter is finally giving way to spring. To celebrate the new season, the legendary Nikuxis, I'm still not sure how to pronounce this name. I so apologize, Nikuxis. Has created a fresh spring-themed version of the fan-favorite Supreme Isthmus map, along with a visual glow-up. This update includes long-requested layout tweaks, most notably moving the geospot further from the shore. Oh, it's actually a pretty significant change. And I believe also was how Supreme Isthmus was a long time ago. Let's see here. Most notably moving the geospot further from the shore. This change makes it harder to contest after securing naval supremacy, opening up more counterattack opportunities and creating a more dynamic back-and-forth gameplay experience. Yeah, I think that'll be fun. Setting milestones and explosive community growth. This is what I'm interested in. And what is perhaps even more exciting news, we want to take a moment to celebrate some major milestones in both BAR's development and community growth. The recent response from the wider RTS community has left us absolutely speechless. And I would count myself among those left absolutely speechless, by the way. To each and every one of you, thank you. I would be nowhere, and Beyond All Reason would be nowhere without all you guys absolutely addicted to this game. We appreciate it each and every day. Seeing so many new players try bar and stay has been beyond rewarding. Throughout 2024, our player base remained stable, and with no significant growth or decline, this was a conscious decision as we dialed back promotional efforts to focus on enhancing the new player experience. Excuse me, there are still legacy elements of the game that need refinement, and we wanted to ensure bar was fully polished before pushing for mass adoption. Rather than risk burning out interest too soon, we focused on laying a rock-solid foundation. Now those efforts are paying off. That in mind, let's talk about some of the biggest breakthroughs. Foundations for the complete in-game UI overhaul. So this is huge. One of our top priorities has been a full rework of Bar's in-game HUD. While its current UI is functional and sleek, it lacks character. Historical UI development has been a challenge. Like many open source projects, different developers worked on separate elements over time, leading to a fragmented design. Player list, build menu, and other components are built independently, and to make things even more difficult, they were all written in Lua, which is awful. Notoriously cumbersome for UI design, yeah. So a massive effort by Chris Floofy Kitsune and Love. The Bar Recoil Engine has been equipped with a modern HTML, CSS-based UI framework, RMI UI, and the transition allows us to integrate all UI elements seamlessly while leveraging a more accessible web development expertise. Our team is hard at work designing the next evolution of Bar's UI, and trust us, it's going to look absolutely epic. While we can't reveal much yet, keep an eye on our social media. Never know when a wild dev sneak peek might occur. I've already seen a couple of sneak peeks, and man, I cannot lie, it is looking good. It is looking damn good. New lobby client and infrastructure upgrades as well. We've also made huge strides in developing a brand new lobby client. If you're used to the current client, you probably know, while it gets the job done, it's far from cutting edge. On top of the Bar's server infrastructure was never designed to handle thousands of players, leading to scaling issues. One of the main reasons we slowed down marketing, we were nearing capacity. However, thanks to recent optimizations, we doubled our player cap to around 3,000 to 4,000 concurrent users. That's pretty interesting. I didn't know that was the limit on Bar. I feel like we're gonna have to up that. We're aiming much higher. We're actively preparing our infrastructure to support orders of magnitude more players. Over the past year, we made significant progress, including a brand new auto-host system, major improvements, that's the matchmaking, by the way, major improvements to the server protocol, a brand new lobby client, and now nearing feature parity with the legacy one, and approaching the addition of highly anticipated matchmaking. Yeah, there you go. Upgrades are essential for Bar's long-term future. I know this is not the most glamorous of updates, but this is what makes Bar, this is the beating heart that makes Bar run. And so it's really cool to see this kind of progress. What have we got here? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Can you guys see that? Hold on. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can see that. Oh, look at that. That's matchmaking, baby. That's matchmaking. Oh, that's cool to see. Hey, look at that. That's a pretty sweet demo. UI's looking really good too. Hold on, let's go back and take a look at that here. Yeah, look at that. So you can see 2v2, duel, and 3v3. I'm imagining they're gonna have like a scrolling menu here, or I don't know. They're gonna have something so that you can choose, 8v8 or whatever. Or maybe 8v8 will be unranked and it'll just be these ones that'll be ranked. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but anyways, that is entirely speculation. Let me be very clear about that. Anywho, oh, whoops, didn't mean to do that. Anywho, very cool. Bar's explosive growth in 2025. Since the foundation has been set, growth has skyrocketed. After resuming social media campaigns and organizing major events like the 40K Discord member celebration, which was awesome, we've caught a new wave of momentum. Since the start of 2025, Bar's player base has grown by over 30%, and is still accelerating. We've officially surpassed 10,000 daily active users, now at 11,361. Wait a second. Is that? That's interesting. That's a really interesting number. 11,361. 11,333. Huh. That is pretty interesting. I wonder what that's about. Double client playing, plus ban. Yeah. Immediately ban this guy for playing on 2 clients. Well, anyways, 2,000 concurrent players, now at 2,204, and that's only ones logged in on multiplayer. We estimate that there are just as many single-player users. Is that true? Wow. That's crazy if that's true. Makes sense, though. Bunch of numbers and stuff. Um, this is awesome. This is really really crazy to see. That's a from December to March is a nearly a bedoubling of active player or active members. That's what we call in the eco world exponential growth. Pretty cool. Oh, and we got some new contributors too, which is always cool. 104 new contributors, which are, you know, members of the team that are contributing on the official GitHub. And then we have a couple of named contributors here as well. I'll go through these one by one. Chickrick 2051, pioneering the new UI framework and figuring out its capabilities, very important. Mooper Saga, assisting in reconstructing UI elements and exploring the framework's potential. Aidnot and Ambulatory Cortex, creating new maps and working on single-player campaign. That's the same Aidnot, by the way, that does a bunch of modding for the community. Chesiren, developing the BOS VS code. Syntax, coloring, extension, and working on the BOS compiler. Behind-the-scenes stuff, but definitely deserves just as much applause. Boneless Dragon Ham, making great contributions to Legion development and widgets. Oh, that's good. I gotta meet Boneless Dragon Ham. Where is this Boneless Dragon Ham you speak of? I should very much like to meet them. And Duke of Goat, laying the groundwork for auto-generated repository documentation. That's kind of nice. And Brass Code, implementing map search functionality and working on build setup for the new lobby client. Wow. That is that was a whole big truck of news, and it seems very exciting. Overall, super obviously excited to see where all this goes. But man, what a bunch of information to deal with. Are you guys ready to play some bar? Oh, we got Christian Bouquet who says, I'm one of those single-player players, love skirmish games with friends against AI. I've tried multi but suck at it, so won't spoil multi-fun for others. Fair enough. You know, it's good to be aware of where you have fun, and play there. You know, play to have fun. Don't play to just make yourself angry. This isn't League of Legends. You're allowed to have fun here. It's time to host a game. Now, I believe our special guest will be arriving any minute now. Give me 1 second here while I just check this. There we go. Okay. And set the, okay, perfect. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Option presets, streamer mode, load. Try and do this before anybody gets in here. Quickly. Oh, we already broke it. Oh, it did it. It barely did it, but it did it. That was a close one. What should we call this lobby? Join us today. That's a good point. We're looking for some chill games, Christian Bouquet. I hope I'm saying your name right. The Christian part is not the part that I'm... Oh, but it might be like Christian. You have a double A in your name, so it could be like Christian. A Christian. A Christian. Like Cristiano Ronaldo. Christian Bouquet. Sounds like French or something. I'm not sure. I'm gonna just move on before I embarrass myself too badly. Yeah, super chill games if you want to come join us, by the way. Unranked and everything, so you don't have to worry about any of that. Very, very casual. Feel free to just enjoy the show, though, if you'd like. Let me see. Bar growing up. Yeah, absolutely, bars growing up. I need a name for the game today. I don't know what to call it. Brightworks can't think of a clever name. Ta-da! That'll work, surely. Let's go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and grab this. Put that in there. It's the day before the update, no? I believe so. That sounds about right. Man, I've got this, like, this stuff in my nose, and it won't go away. If you hear me getting real nasally today, I apologize. I'm not trying to do that. I don't know. I've got some nasal issues going on here. Really bright. Remember the welcome message. This is a 10x improvement over the last stream. Hopefully the visual quality has improved too. I did some tweaking and I realized that I was not using my graphics card to process any of the video. Major facepalm moment. I was looking at it, I was like, oh, you know what? I'm not running through an encoder that uses my graphics card at all. So I was offloading the entire thing to my CPU. No wonder I couldn't upload very consistently. Yeah, it was like the dumbest thing. Can we play on Industrial Revolution? Yeah, we can play on Industrial Revolution. That's a hilarious idea. Where's the... No, not that. Industrial Revolution. Everybody complains about this map because it's so much fun. Hey, congrats, Prime Hybrid. Says managed to get a silver bit 2 days ago. Yeah, I don't know what else to call it. A silver tail, a silver bit, a silver dong. Yeah. It was I remember when I got my silver stripes. I was very, very thrilled. I think the stream stutters on YouTube. Yeah, those should have been fixed because, like I said, I was running it all through my CPU. So I was doing all the video processing through my CPU, and then also all of the streaming is through the CPU. I can't change the streaming thing. That's just how that goes. But yeah, it meant that basically my GPU was sitting there relaxing in the shade, and this thing's got like a 3070 or something in it, or like a it's got a beefy GPU in there. It just wasn't doing anything. So yeah, I've offloaded all of the video processing to the GPU, and now the CPU is free to send as many bits through to YouTube as it wants. So there should be absolutely no stream stuttering. If there is, I'm gonna throw a fit because I shit you not, I spent like 2.5 hours troubleshooting this thing. Alright. Uso Sigma, you're out of here. You're out of here. Did I misspell it? Oh, no, there we go. I was just thinking about it. All right. Let's see what I say. Okay, yeah. So I think we've got one game before special guest arrives. It's gonna be pretty good. Man, what do we want to play? Tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I want to play right here. I don't think I've ever played Legion on this map, so let's give it a go. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, man, Melvin. I know it was bugging you guys. Trust me, it bugs me 100 times worse than you guys, because if, you know, you only have to deal with the stream stuttering once. I have to deal with it across 100 people that are watching. I have to deal with it for everybody who's watching the stream, so trust me. I was so thrilled that you guys told me about it. Well, I wasn't thrilled about it, but I was glad that you guys told me about it because yeah, I was pissed. I was so upset, and it was the thing that bugged me the most. I'm like stumbling over my own words here. The thing that bugged me about it the most is that I spent so long setting up those settings, and just forgot to switch the encoder. And every time you switch the encoder, it pulls up its own default settings, so it like undid everything. So it was a pain, and you know, got it sorted out eventually. But man, yeah, it was a wild. It was a wild time. I'm not excited for when I have to do it again, but I've taken screenshots of all the settings so that I can hopefully just revert to it afterward. No, Cage often takes a while to load in. Hazard, however, I have no idea. Looks like there's a connection attempt, so we'll say that's solid. Probably looking good. How's that video quality look? Is that looking nice in 4K right there? Oh yeah. It probably is in 4K actually. I think I tried 4K and I was just barely too unstable to do. I just couldn't quite get to the threshold, which is, you know, a little bit of a bummer for those of you that are watching on like those ultra high definition TVs or something, but sorry. You'll have to put up with 1080p 1980 1440 or whatever the one below 4K is. Look at this beautiful Legion commander. Very, very cool stuff. How are our teammates doing? Cage is loading. Loading, loading, loading. Oh, hey, Danosuchus. Yeah, I remember you. OMG, hi, Bright. I am your greatest fan, remember? Hell yeah, I remember. Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you. Inferno got a new model like 10 minutes ago. Sweet. Awesome. Well, that's cool. Excited to see what that's all about. I guess we're playing vehicles then, is what you're telling me? Will we be getting a new Resbot anytime soon? That's my other question. Man, Legion is so close, isn't it? T1 is almost finished. It's boats and the anti-air and the Resbot. There he is. Cage made it. This might lag Cage out here. We gotta be really careful.
Battle started.
Wind turbines? Wind turbines. We'll go for a little split economy. Oh.
Battle paused.
Hold up. Our boy ain't right. We lost him. He told us in a previous stream that if you whenever the game is force started, it causes connection issues for him. I love timing out. Yep. Don't worry. He's working on it. What streaming service even allows 4K bit rates? I believe Twitch does. I don't know about YouTube. YouTube's really strange though, because for Twitch they want 13,000 bits, and for YouTube they want 10,000 bits. But it's for the same. Can you start a GoFundMe for Cage's new PC? That's probably a great idea, huh? We should start doing that. Community member GoFundMe. It's what was I talking about? I completely forgot. Oh yeah, I was talking about the bit rates for the streaming services. Yeah, YouTube doesn't have for the same quality. YouTube wants 20% less bits. And I'm like, I don't understand why. Here it comes. Loading, loading, loading. That cage just keeps unloading. Yeah, you can 3-max with a, you can 3-max with Legion, and
Battle
it's
started.
pretty reliable. But you can put yourself in a weird pinch where all of a sudden, like, you can 3-max, and because they generate energy, you can go straight into your lab on some maps in certain circumstances. But you can also cause yourself a great deal of headache. Build these wind turbines. I wonder if I could do this. I'm gonna go for a really strange kind of build here.
Aircraft spotted.
Oh, it's a light transport. Oh, I was so curious about that. Oh, that makes so much sense. Something like that. Oh. Sorry, buddy.
You're overflowing metal.
I missed the message. Oh, they shot me down. Damn. I got 1 mex for it. Not tremendous, I would say. Go. Sorry, Cage.
Air transport detected.
Air transport detected. Where was that at? Pull some heat ray tanks back. Use your constructor. Where's my lobber? There it is. What the heck? These guys can fire up and over? I didn't know about that. Wait, what? Oh, that's crazy. Oh, Humble is doing great on the micro, though. I can't lie. I guess I want this. Can't see because there's a freaking pole in my way. My entire army right there. Very cool. Very cool. Very demure. Go. These can see up cliffs a little ways, so they're actually pretty nice for this sort of thing.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Everybody repair each other.
An allied commander has died. Enemy commander destroyed.
Go ahead and build this.
Low power. T2 unit detected.
T2 detected. Oh lord. That ain't good.
An allied commander has died.
Let's repair the turret. This to hit that guy trying so badly. Build these up. This guy. For this thing. I don't know. We're just making things up as we go along. We're just playing it strange. you guys attack this if I tell you to? No? Guess not. Well, that is a bummer.
Low power.
What else can we do? Yeah, deacons are weird. Deacons have weird, like, physics and stuff. They don't behave the way you might expect them to. Just do something like this. This is going to be a big issue in a little bit here. Oh, auto. Oh, that's interesting. Look at that. Oh, so you can have it do auto, or you can have it manually be set. Oh. Now that is interesting. Yeah, I'll leave it on high trajectory. I feel like that works. Those. Where's my capture button?
You've received new units. Enemy commander destroyed. You've received new units. You've received new units. You've received new units.
Now I've got an army. No, I feel like these are kind of cool. I'm just going to keep building them. Maybe shelling away at this low ground is the way to go. Something like this. Let these guys actually shoot. Through here. So this guy on high trajectory as well. go for this, I guess. I feel like I really ought to invest in, I don't know, some kind of anti-air. I'll put one down back there. You never know.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Alright, feels like we're doing pretty good. I mean, our T2 is super late, but we also kind of secluded ourselves in this little island, so it's not like we really have much of a choice. Let's get this up and running first.
An allied commander has died. Your commander is heavily damaged.
See? How's my commander heavily damaged? Well, that's not good. No, I would say that's severely not cool. Well, T2 is pretty good, ain't it? Oh wow, you guys just know exactly where I am. Huh. Okay. Let's go for this, I guess. Suddenly our position is much less tenable. That down. We're overflowing a lot of energy to the team, and I think that's very valuable. I think team is probably benefiting greatly from that energy overflow. The Lupara. What that means. Just can't quite build right there. Legion T2 static defenses, pretty good. Legion T1 static defenses, not the same kind of way. They're making a decent economy, I just never got a T2 con, is the issue. So now I'm behind. Guess we may as well sacrifice one of these bad boys. May as well. Wow, I can't believe the hey, I can't believe the Bastion didn't hold up against that. These things are usually so crazy impervious. There's there's a lot going on right now. We gotta get these mexes up, though. I mean, it is really the only thing that's gonna save us, even remotely. Cage is doing phenomenally, though, I will say. To Cage's tremendous credit. You're telling me these are gonna go away? I don't think so. God, those things are cool. We ended up in bots. I apologize. Just two heat rays firing at each other. Minute 35, that's gonna take way too long. And now it's down to just 30 seconds.
You've received new units. You've received new units.
Receive the wind turbines. I want to go vehicles, but I don't have time. 5 more seconds. Some static defense for now. Build this up. Shotgunners. Maybe those are too slow. Napalmers. No more statics. Units. Units, Commander, units! Yeah, that setback on that hill really hurt. That was not meant to be so devastating. But it was. That is a bummer. I think we still got a chance here. There's still a lot of force up on the northern side. That hurts. Yeah, that hurts pretty bad. Being microed very particularly well, though. Yeah, quick shots don't really work anymore. try and get ourselves situated here. On any build power. Quick shots. God, these things are so annoying. They're so quick. Yeah, definitely one of those units that Rocket Spider is always going to have trouble with, just on principle.
An allied commander has died. Warning, your team is down to its last commander. 2-3 unit detected.
They got us. I could have played this midsection better, but honestly, that's the kind of thing that you learn when you play a map more than one times. Yeah, I felt like I did nothing that game too. I mostly just waited for my team to die. It is so obnoxiously difficult to micro with these pipes in the way. I can't explain how difficult it is to micro with those pipes. It's like, it's just the most obnoxious, difficult thing in the world. Like, you can't... Every line you draw feels like you've drawn it incorrectly because, yeah, because the pipes are in the way, and you're like, oh, well, that's what a straight line looks like, so I must have drawn my line incorrect. Then it's like, it looks all wrong, and then your units are, like, underneath the pipe or something, and you don't realize it, and the enemy's blowing all them up, and it's like, oh, man. It's crazy. Sorry for high ground abuse. I don't know. I was abusing those D-guns pretty good, too. Trying to make sure. Yeah, that looks good. I don't know. I feel like, what's Zephyr say? Quick shots are only as good as you micro them. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely true. The quick shots are definitely very micro dependent. You have to really specifically target down key units. Yeah, I was trying to make that walls to funnel units in, right, to send D-guns down, but then the missiles just knew exactly where I was, so it was like, oh, well, all right. Oh, okay. 1 second. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a special guest joining us. One moment. Ta-da! Welcome to Bar Therapy. It's the secret channel where I keep all the special guests. Welcome.
Who's the therapist? Is it you or me?
I don't know. Bar. I think Bar is the therapist. We're just the afflicted. I don't know.
That's free therapy right there. You can't beat that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no way. Free to download, free to play. Yeah, download Clash Royale today.
I mean, oh, I see. I've never played Clash Royale before, but I'm sure there's a bit less micro involved than trying to control a bunch of quick shots.
Yeah, a million quick shots headed towards your base. Oh my goodness, those things are, I mean, so quick. You wouldn't believe it, but the unit with quick in its name is very fast.
Yeah, I did want to kind of turn them into less shot and more quick. Just to make them a little bit more differentiated, because initially in the previous iteration where they had the 4-round burst, they could just circle around a commander and basically 3-shot it to death. And
Oh,
the commander
yeah.
can't do anything.
Yeah, they had that,
So-
what was like a 4-barrel cannon or something, and yeah, they were messy. They were really messy to play against.
they were basically bull shots every like 4 bull shots in the span of like half a second. How
Oh
do you
my
even
goodness. Yeah, you
macro out
can't
of
even
that?
you can't even do anything about that. You're just gone instantaneously. Yeah, no, I definitely think they're in a better way now than, like, you know, more fair anyways. Zephyr, would you like to introduce yourself? I realize we've jumped right into this, but there are probably folks out there who are less familiar with your work.
Yeah, sure. So, hey, hi, I'm Zephyr Skies. I've been on stream with Bright before, though that was briefly during another developer, the name of Hornet, who is trying out some new stuff with Bright last year. It's almost been a year now.
Wow,
But yeah, it's been a while.
that's crazy.
But
Time
since
flies.
then, it really does. Since then, you know, I've continued working on Legion. I'm one of the Legion developers. That's mainly where most of my work is relegated to at the moment. I initially started out with just redoing a lot of the unit pictures, the little icons, the build pics, whatever you call it. And that was nice because I felt like it gave some of the units a lot more impact. You know, you could actually see what units can actually do in the picture itself, rather than trying to guess what it shoots, or what if it's like a construction unit, or if it shoots air, or if it shoots ground. But since then, you know, I moved on to more modeling and more so unit balance for Legion, and that's where I'm at today. Yeah, that's pretty much the long and short of it.
Cool. Well, it's a wide range. But what have you been working on recently? Because I know one of the big projects was what is it, Eternius Soul or something like the Invictus Soul. That was your project, right?
Yes. So the Soul Invictus was
Soul Invictus,
actually
that's right.
something. Yes,
Sorry.
the Soul Invictus was something. All good. The Soul Invictus was something I wanted to work on actually when I first started actually contributing to Bar, and you know, I realized I could, you know, learn Blender on my own and try and make some units. It was the very first unit I wanted to make, and I realized obviously that, yeah, it's for someone with 0 modeling experience, literally never opened a modeling software in his life before. Probably not a good idea. So instead, over the past, I would say, now it's been like 11 months, almost a year, I've been working to fill out a lot of the roster for Legion ever since the new textures were merged in. So generally, this means some of the more units that aren't, you know, you could say as glamorous, such as, you know, the radar jammer vehicle,
Right.
for example.
Right. Yes, of course.
Or the counter intrusion system. Those are the stuff people usually, you know, they don't pay too much attention to that stuff.
Yeah.
But that's prime equipment for me to address.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And I feel vindicated right now because I totally called it that was going to be like the hardest area to push for development in. Wasn't going to be the Juggernaut and the Titan equivalent, like all the Epic T3 units. It's going to be like the shield generator, or like, you know, the metal storage. Like the things that are like, oh, okay, well, this has to be done. But yeah, no, well, to be fair though, you've done a phenomenal job. And I mean, you know, I've spoken to the quality of the Legion models being so high now that it almost causes an issue where Armada and Cortex feel a little bit behind. Have you worked on the core models?
I have not. That was all Tremor Enjoyer, or Tharsis,
okay.
as she likes to be called. She's done most of.
Oh,
She's
Tharsis,
done all
I
of
didn't
the
even know
Cortex
Tharsis was a
models.
she. That's funny.
She prefers to be called a she. So
Okay,
there you go.
sure thing. Yeah,
So-
I just I had no idea. That's so funny. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. So are you two in like a arms race now, where, you know, it's like the models keep getting progressively better and better?
I wouldn't say so. I would say it's a lot more collaborative than competitive.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Obviously, if you do it competitively, you know, some issues might occur, but
Yeah.
I want to keep things, at the very least, I'm a huge proponent of keeping
Battle
things
started.
generally in a productive environment.
That's good.
Oh.
I mean,
I'm spectating right now, and did your team spawn in?
believe
they're
so.
actually moving. You're playing and stuff. Okay,
Yeah.
because I can't see anything.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
Okay,
weird.
I can see stuff now. Okay, no worries. I was like, oh look, the game just started, and oh, the entire red team is missing.
What on earth? Okay, that's
Okay,
weird.
all good now. But yeah, Tharsis did all of the Cortex remodels. I mean, she is the Tremor enjoyer, so it kind of makes sense, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I do plan on tackling a bit more of the Armada stuff later on.
Uh-huh.
I apologize, by the way. I know your gameplay is going to be suboptimal since we're
Oh,
talking.
no, don't worry. My gameplay is already suboptimal. It'll be fine.
I do plan on tackling some of the Armada stuff once
Uh-huh.
their textures have been finalized, of course, alongside other modelers, and won't just be me.
Low power.
But of course, right now the main focus for me is to just get Legion across the finish line so that the balance work that will probably take a long time and a lot of tuning can actually start happening. That's
Yeah, that's
where
kind of the
magic
next step,
happens to
isn't
me.
it? Is the balancing.
Yeah.
I imagine that's
I
gonna
would
be a
like
long
to say,
road, as always.
I would like to say
Uh-huh.
that you know, a lot of the times, especially for people who've only recently started playing against Legion, or playing with Legion, it's difficult to understand what you can actually use for what the right tools for the job are. Essentially.
Oh,
When
sure.
You're used to Arbiter, you know, Sheldon, Sumo compositions. You're used to Bulls and Mausers. It's hard to find immediately from the get-go what does Legion even do, and even harder to understand how to counter it. So a lot of
Aircraft
the
spotted.
feedback we get is that this isn't balanced properly. You know, this isn't.
Yeah, oh,
this
this
too
is
strong.
totally
This is too
imba.
weak.
It's like, no. You need to use a specific tool against it. Yeah. No, I
Yes,
imagine, and
so-
I've heard that same thing from like Hornet a lot as well, and that's kind of something that's always like, you know, let me know how I can help you guys gather more useful feedback, because I know that's
Yeah,
got to
yeah.
be frustrating. You're like, well, love that we just poured our heart and souls into making this, and now everyone's upset about it.
I mean, that's fine. I'm sure. A majority of the team is they know what they're getting into now, and it's fine. We don't take it to heart. We know what the situation and what it's like. It's always going to be frustrating to play against a faction you've never played against before, and suddenly they can shoot something like napalm,
Yep.
which is not great.
It's just it's a whole different type of like game almost. Like it I don't know. Napalm is one of those like weird mechanics where it changes the entire way you have to play the front lines, because suddenly you're so much more micro dependent. You can't.
Yes.
You have to move around all the time. And I don't know. I think that's cool. I've definitely heard people that don't. It's, you know.
It's
Low
it's
power.
whoever you, it depends on who you ask. Some people they're just
Exactly.
like napalm is the best thing ever, and then some people are like napalm should be removed.
Yep.
And a lot of the time, those two people are the same person.
Yeah, it depends, you know, if you're using it versus if you're going up against it.
But all that to say, there is actually quite a bit of thought that goes into all the units that we add. You know, that we don't just go through a process of this looks cool, let's just add it in.
Right.
And we do have, well, you call him Zekrus, I call him Zekris. I don't know what the correct pronunciation is.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle probably. We'll just average it maybe.
Yeah, so Zekris, he is the lead balance dev for
okay.
across the game, and everything we add into Legion gets through him first. So there is, you know, he's done a great job with the rest of the balance team, of course, to ensure that Armada and Cortex have been so nice to play. You know, over the last however many years he's been with the team, with the bar team, probably more than a few at this point. So you know, we have a really nice guiding hand to ensure that whatever we have isn't just just silly and doesn't really make sense in the context of the larger scheme.
Yeah, that's nice, because I mean, at the end of the day, it's always going to be about, like, it's a juggling act between three different factions, and
You're
you know,
overflowing
in
metal.
StarCraft that's fine if there's 20 units. In Beyond Horizon with, what is it, like 60 units per faction or something like that, it's like, yeah, suddenly you've got a lot to think about in a lot of different directions. I don't know.
Yep.
I imagine that's difficult. It's a hard job.
Yeah, it's a hard job, but at least my mantra is just because it's hard doesn't mean it shouldn't be done, right?
Right, exactly. Well, that's great. Now, the question on my mind, and certainly many others, is will will there be somebody picking up the naval sector at some point? Because I know Hornet was working on that largely, but
So I'm sure you've already heard, and for others have also know at this point that Hornet indeed was the main Navy guy. He's very, very passionate about the naval balance in the game. He more often than not he is a V naval player whenever he goes into a match. It was his, like, he from the get-go he really did want to have a more holistic approach towards Navy and make it into something unique and also something that still fits into Bar, but not just a copy of Armada and Cortex.
right.
Now, fortunately, Hornet's PC died,
Yep.
so
That's what I had heard, and I was like, "Oh man, what a bummer that asset is removed from the team. All of a sudden, like, you know, just uncontrollable circumstance."
exactly. So to essentially give Hornet the maximum amount of time possible, we've basically gone with the principle that we're going to only work on land and air for now.
Okay.
And after land and air is complete, then we'll see if we can move into whatever modeler or unit creator is it's up to the task. We'll move on to Navy, with Hornet kind of guiding us through, just his ideas rather than his efforts, unfortunately, and seeing how that goes. But before anything else, land and air have to be complete, basically.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's good to hear. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are comforted to hear that, because I know it's like not a subsect, but like there's definitely some diehard Navy enjoyers that are very, very much looking forward to playing those Legion Navy units. I know I got a sneak peek a while back, but when Hornet was still working on some of this stuff and was testing it. I think he was doing some like public lobby tests just to see how things were working, see if people enjoyed it or whatever. And from what I saw in that very small glimpse with untextured units and makeshift designs, it looked awesome. It looked so cool.
It was really cool.
Like,
I think I only played 2 matches against Hornet when the testing phase. I think unfortunately it was a complete wash because Hornet was like, "Oh, we're just going to be testing the units," and I was like, "Okay." And I took testing, meaning, okay, micro subs as hard as possible.
That's pretty funny.
But it was definitely enjoyable to play during the testing phase, and I'm sure a lot of it will carry over. T2 is going to be hard since obviously Hornet did not do any testing outright with T2, especially in a more limited public format.
Right.
But I think T2 is also going to be where some of the more interesting stuff is going to happen in terms of types of units that are going to be on the field for Legion on Navy. So I'm excited to see how that pans out. I don't have any ideas. I can't give you any sneak peeks. I genuinely don't know, but
sure.
that means the field is wide open, right?
Yeah, sure. The bounds are unlimited. Yeah, no, that's great, and that's cool to hear. I mean, that's I think people enjoy hearing that there's a plan in the works more than anything else. Even barring no sneak peek is like it's just reassuring to hear that movement has been made, and it's interesting the different design philosophies of the like iterative, make a mesh together unit out of scraps and then try and make like a change it eventually into more closer to what you want it to be at the end result versus the kind of like, okay, let's finalize Navy and then release it all in one big bundle. Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, which one you prefer over the other, which one you think is more effective?
I believe that to some degree there has to be a mix, in the sense that, for example, we had a pretty large update to Legion buildings actually, alongside a couple of T3 units. I mean, obviously the buildings, I feel like it's fine if you put them in together. They're just buildings. It's not too big of a deal. But in other cases, with things like a brand new T3 unit, I feel like those do need to go in a little bit more separately on their own after baseline has already been established.
Right.
And that's partially the reason why, we've been working primarily towards fleshing out T1 and T2 before T3, obviously, because
go step by step, not just jumping all the way to the finish line and then you end up with another quick shot.
Exactly, yeah. So that's so I feel like for Legion, the iterative process has been more followed than like, test everything, test a whole bunch of things at once and then release it all at once.
Uh-huh.
But that's because we can, because it's behind a mod option, people, it's not outright, player facing, public facing, to be honest.
Right, right.
That means we have a little bit more freedom to kind of put things in, see how they work, change it if needs be, and they're not too big of a deal. We're not gonna hear people, screaming bloody murder on the main channel.
Yeah, there will be no riots in the street if you tweak Legion, and then something goes wrong, and you're like, okay, we'll just revert it. Nobody even knew.
Exactly. So, but with Navy, since it is wholesale, I mean, I don't know what approach we're going to take just yet. I guess stay tuned.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure for T1, we're probably going to have stuff being added in as a batch, since testing was pretty conclusive by Hornet, and
really?
I think only slight adjustments I think are needed to get those initial kit batch units into a proper Legion look. So we'll see.
Well, cool. I mean, that's definitely exciting to see the possibilities that are opening up, because it's like with Arm and Core and this Season 2 balance patch, as I was kind of going through it today, just before this, and the more I looked at it, the more I realized, like, with these two getting closer and closer to each other, it feels like Legion, it feels like it's opening the doors for Legion to become kind of I don't want to say like on their own, but it's like Legion can kind of step into that third spot that opens up. I'm not sure if I'm communicating that properly, but like the balanced triangle is coming to fruition rather than just being two-sided.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that front, in the sense that, I mean, to be honest, most of the balance devs, they agree, they want to keep things more differentiated and not less. It's just that when it comes to the T1 phase, obviously, it's a lot more sensitive. But I think for the T2 phase, at least I hope I don't have any, like, I don't know, sneaky insights or anything into how the T2 balance is going to look from here on out. But at least I do hope that there's going to be a lot more differentiation between all three factions. I mean, Legion's already out there, but at least between Cortex and Armada, because I think that's what kind of drives people to. I think you mentioned it once before that people want to main a faction. They don't want to necessarily just play it. They want to have an emotional connection to it. So differentiating it, I think, will definitely help that.
It's totally like a, I don't know what the word is, but it's like like psychosemantic might be the word. I don't know. It's like you get like attached to a faction. Like I'm attached to Legion, and I'm like, well, this looks really cool. Now I want to learn how to play all this. Now I feel like it just keeps, that amplifies the more distinct that the factions are. Which is
100% agree with that. So we'll see how that goes after the Season 2 stuff. I mean, there's also changes for Legion in Season 2. It's still a little bit, how do you say it? Not here nor there. It's still a work in progress.
Sure.
For example, Goblins getting a slight range nerf to bring it, more proportional to the grunt and bonds that are being changed.
Right, because
not so much that it becomes useless.
Right, like.
Yeah,
that makes sense. I mean, that's kind of. It seems like the whole idea behind the T1 balance patch is to kind of slow down the T1 game a little bit, which is kind of interesting. It's going to have interesting effects in both the early game and the late game, because I mean, it's to nobody's surprise that spam is so overwhelmingly powerful. The tools to deal with like scout spam have always just been kind of the Juno.
Yes.
So it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see how that changes, like with the laser accuracy change. I wonder if that'll be enough to make it so that, laser weapons can now suddenly be useful enough to counter spam on their own without having to need to rely on, Junos or whatever. Oh wow, they got me.
It was close.
That was close.
It was close. There's a new fella if you want to take a brief look at it in the build menu.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Oh yeah, look at that. Dang, that's crazy. I love all the opening flaps and hatches and stuff. That's really interesting. Oh, the
So
Triton's
that
blocked out.
actually is something I used to play Total Annihilation as a kid, and one of the coolest stuff was that a lot of units would actually open up.
Enemy
You know, they would have a little
destroyed.
opening animation to fire.
Yeah, yeah,
It wasn't
absolutely.
consistent. A lot of it was taken away for Bar. I mean, I wasn't there when that happened. That happened like probably 10 years ago. So,
Sure, yeah.
but I wanted to reintroduce that to a degree to Legion. I think it makes sense. They are. I mean, the design philosophy I like to tout is that they're master craftsmen with substandard tools. So I feel like it makes sense that they would have like some sort of opening animation to kind of, make up for the fact that maybe they're a little weaker, or maybe they're a little bit more. They look sleek, but they're still technically a little less, primitive than the other two factions in some ways.
Yeah,
So
that's an interesting design choice, because I mean, I don't know. I like it because it reminds me of the old, like, Command and Conquer days where there would be, units sorry, not Command and Conquer, StarCraft, where like siege tanks is like the best example I can think of, where you kind of like plant this unit and then it turns into a different kind of a unit. It's different, but different in function, but the visuals of it are still so there, where it's like this unit now looks all cool, and especially with like the what is that, the Quaker, the core T2
yes, the
artillery
Quaker.
piece.
That is right. Yeah,
That
the one that
thing-
stands up and shoots.
Yeah, that's like exactly what I was thinking about, because I was like, man, how cool is it to have a unit that it just communicates so clearly that is a siege engine. Like, it has little planted feet, and then it tilts its barrel upwards. I don't know. I think the like visual storytelling on that is so potent that it's really powerful in that respect.
So I don't want to give too much away, but on that note, Tharsis is working on the Legion Arbiter equivalent for the bot lab, and I know you just praised, gave a lot of praise on the Quakers' sort of stance position. So I just want to let you know that stay tuned for that Arbiter. I mean, I think you might like it on that same front. I'm not going to say
Cool.
anything more, but
Sounds exciting. I will stay very tuned. Yeah, I always love that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know. It almost feels like Legion is like a creative testbed. Like, it allows a lot of you guys to just kind of demonstrate your ideas. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's really cool, because I don't know if there's, like, aside from that in Bar, I don't know. Like, you can't think of another thing that works so well for that sort of purpose. Like, you can always, go into the mod options, I guess is what I'm saying, but that's kind of like, or like tweak units or something like that, but for some reason it just doesn't quite feel the same, whereas having a whole faction to test on, I don't know. I
would
see
say
Legion
so.
as like a pushing force. It's kind of like a you can use Legion to justify exploration into different topics, and then that becomes like food for thought for the other factions. You mentioned like you were going to work on Armada and stuff like that.
that's what I like to believe. But we'll see how that goes.
Sure,
Ideally,
yeah.
that's what I would like to. That's the approach I would like to take. But obviously not everybody would agree with something like that.
Sure.
So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, people really do
An
like the way
allied
Armada
commander has
and
died.
Cortex play for the most part.
Yeah.
So we have to be very careful about how we adjust those two,
Right.
in accordance with Legion when it becomes base game, because we don't want the game to also just be balanced around Legion either at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, absolutely. As fun as that might be for a little while. Yeah, probably not ideal. Well, that's kind of cool. I mean, I think the balancing is always going to be subjective. Like, there's just no way around that. So it'll be. I think the thing that excites me about Bar is the fact that so much of the development is driven by the community. So many people are contributing, from all over the place, and just from like playing with the units and giving feedback to like actually being the ones modding and creating the game. Like, I don't know, I've talked about it before, but Bar is like truly a game made by gamers for gamers, whatever what's the like Razor's slogan or whatever. I'm just like, yeah, it feels exactly like that, because it's all
I do agree. I do agree. It's fantastic. I mean, I don't know if you've we've even had a couple of new people modeling in, coming in, making stuff. I don't know if you've seen the new Bastion. That was done by someone new to the team.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I saw
yeah,
the model.
so-
I didn't know that was one of the newcomers. It looks great.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, he's very young too. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's like still in his teen years. Still goes to school.
wow.
So, which is just insane to me, you know. That's
Right,
just
yeah.
awesome to see. You know, not only do we have talent coming in, but also young talent that still have a long way to go. And I feel like Bar gives an opportunity for people to, you know, kind of not only I wouldn't say they use Bar as a test to kind of or a learning experience. I don't think that's right because the stuff they do is way beyond like what a normal classroom would use. Obviously, You know,
Right.
they still adhere to a way higher standard. But essentially, I feel like Bar gives people an opportunity to discover and explore different sorts of interests and skills that they otherwise wouldn't. For me, example, when I first started contributing on the team, I worked as a data engineer.
Oh, really?
But everything I did for VAR and everything I still continue to do for VAR is purely creative assets. I do no work on the infrastructure on the data side or anything like that because I just simply don't want to because that's my job. I don't want to do that for fun too. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah. You don't make the hobby into the job as well.
Yeah, exactly. I like to say that, you know, if you do what you love as a job, it stops being what you love and starts being your job.
Yeah. Exactly.
But yeah, so, you know, I feel like that's really, really cool. And otherwise, we wouldn't really, you know, without the open nature, we wouldn't really have younger talents coming in and kind of showing what they can really do and, you know, helping Bar push forward in the process as well. So that's awesome.
Yeah. It's kind of a. It's a. I don't know. I don't know that you could have that kind of like crazy, hyper iterative design in like any other environment, like in a professional environment or whatever. Like having that many things all changing so constantly feels like it would be just like it would never happen. But Bar manages to pull it off somehow, and how exactly I don't even know, but it seems to work at least for now. So I don't
It
know,
does.
it's cool
I
to
mean,
see.
I would like to say that, you know, having some sort, again, like I mentioned on the balance side, we have Zekris on the guiding hand to make sure that things going in are sensible and aren't just wacky and, you know, for fun.
Yeah.
But on the design side, I mean, we have,
Enemy
you know,
commander destroyed.
Tharsis has a very consistent design language that she has in all the units she models. Like you see a model, you could probably tell it's a Tharsis model, and that's cool. But still, you know, it's still distinctly Legion at the same time. But then we also have people like Protar, who was supposed to be here today, but he wasn't able to make it due to
Couldn't
some
make it.
IRL duties. But maybe next week.
Yep.
Fingers crossed.
That'd be cool.
But Protar was absolutely instrumental in kind of coalescing a common design language that the modelers could use to, you know, make their things with. At very early on when Legion got their new texture atlas and their new textures and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
And that helped steer the general look and feel of Legion even to this day, and probably still will do for now. I mean, Protar has left Legion development indefinitely for now. He's working on some other cool stuff, like the UI stuff that I can't talk about just yet. I just
Sure.
know that it is awesome.
Yep.
And I'm sure he'll have plenty to talk about it when he's on next time. But
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about that, and I know a lot of people are really eager to hear about it too, because that's so. I mean, I don't know. That's like. It feels like there's a couple of cusps that VAR has yet to come over, and like, yeah, a UI rehaul or overhaul is one of those things that, like, as soon as that hits the field, VAR explodes again.
Exactly. It's going to be awesome. I know you've seen some previews. I've seen some more updated previews, and I gotta tell you, it is just fantastic. And
Man, that's so
I'm
cool.
so excited.
God, you give me chills here. I'm so excited to see it. That's gonna be really awesome. I always am. I'm like, I feel like a fanboy. Like I'm always interviewing the different bar devs and trying to like figure out what they're working on. And I'm like, you know. Ooh, what's going on this week? What's going on that week? You know, that sort of thing.
I mean, we do appreciate being able to kind of like speak a little bit on the process and kind of being able to, kind of explain the reasons, because sometimes obviously the reasons for what we do is sometimes lost in the sauce. So,
yeah, I imagine that's
nice.
kind of hard to communicate sometimes, just like especially back-end stuff. I imagine that's really difficult to explain, like why you need to develop better back-end infrastructure to handle more players or something. Like that's kind of like, the average player isn't really thinking about that in their day-to-day. They're just like, how can I make my OS bigger?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like you read in the patch notes. I mean, we've done engine devs have done an absolutely marvelous job to ensure that everything has been going smoothly with the higher player counts. Everything went smoothly with the 40K event, which you were there for,
Oh, yeah.
obviously.
Yep.
But yeah, it's been. I mean, they don't get talked about as much. They're not on the forefront as much. But like shout out to folks like, I mean, you've probably heard their names, but some people on the stream probably haven't. Folks like Black Melon and Marek and Tarnished Knight, Evand. They've they're some of probably the lesser known names on the wider community, but they are like the engine gods, and the game would be pretty much still chugging along at 10 FPS probably, even at the unit count in this match right now, if were not for their their tireless work.
Yeah, that kind of thing is, I mean, I don't know. I always I feel like that kind of thing is very easily underappreciated. So I'm always glad to give those guys the credit that's well due, because yeah, the infrastructure is so brutal to understand. Like, as I understand it, and I don't very well, but as I understand it, is that
I don't
it's
either.
all outdated.
Yeah,
it's all old, right? It's all ancient, like spring technology or something. So it's very difficult to justify continuing to work on it in this direction, because it's so like upgrades are more important than anything else, is what is as it was explained to me. But
T3
yes,
unit
for
detected.
sure. I mean, we just need to they're working so hard on modernizing it, making sure that it's actually sensible,
Right.
so that people who we can actually have young bloods coming in and contributing on the engine side as well, rather than having to decipher these this esoteric ancient language first.
sounds all Warhammer 40K, like ancient Arcanotech or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah. There has also been, I mean, I'm sure you've also noticed it. There's been a specific push to get some of those T3 units out. The Sol Invictus was something that I wanted to work on, as I mentioned, for a very long time.
Right.
But that took weeks to get right. I mean, I could show you the folder I have of like copies upon copies of backups and backups
Oh,
and
yeah, the
backups
different
is like
test
a
models or
gigabyte
whatever.
large of just Sol Invictus models and various iterations of it.
Wow.
And Protar was very, very helpful. I approached Protar initially and asked him, hey, I have this idea for a unit. I've had this idea for a long time. I know generally what I want it to look like. I just have no idea how to draw it or conceptualize it. I'm very bad at drawing. So,
Sure.
I
feel like
approached
that's
him
not
and I
uncommon.
asked him. Yeah, you could say that maybe for a lot of the modelers. And that's why 2D artists are so important. And I'll get to a little bit on that a little bit later. But Protar was very helpful in iterating and reiterating upon his concepts, and I'm sure it takes no short amount of time to draw cool sketch-ups and mock-ups of different views and
detected.
seeing what how to communicate the intent to the person modeling it as well.
Yeah.
He also did some of the modeling. He actually modeled the arm cannons. Originally there were 4 heat rays.
Oh,
And then
interesting.
Zekris and I were like, this is probably a little too much.
Too much heat.
Too much heat.
That's
yeah.
funny.
There's also some other considerations in the fact that if you have all 4 heat rays, it's kind of hard to understand how much damage output is being done. If you have some sort of a reload weapon, there's much more of a visual cadence for the player and for people getting hit by it to understand how much damage is being done over a period of time.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that definitely, I've definitely felt that. Like, a lot of the heat ray weapons are a little bit difficult to parse. It's sort of like like conceptually, it's like, yeah, it makes sense that this thing hits very hard, but I don't know, like you seeing the health bar move in one big chunk versus seeing the health bar move like gradually over time. definitely a lot
Yes.
harder to put that together. That's so
Exactly.
interesting, and that's exactly the kind of thing that I appreciate having these conversation with yourself and others is like, that's the kind of thing that nobody outside of a development environment would put together, like why that is so challenging to build. And I don't know, I think that's really, really neat. One of the coolest things that I love about Bar is it feels like the armies feel like you're making these little like gigantic robots. They don't feel like little toy soldiers or whatever. They feel like genuine, machines of war or something like that on the battlefield. And it's like it grinds my gears every time I hear somebody complain like, oh, why are the units in Bar so unrealistic? And I'm like, go look at a picture of like Total Annihilation or something and tell me that this doesn't look like an actual battle versus that game where it's all like 2D pixel graphics. And it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's room for that, sure, but it's just like the difference is staggering and the quality is staggering.
Yeah, I will say that TA is actually 3D. It is all top down and it looks 2D, which is probably to its detriment, and kind of lends to the idea that you said that it doesn't look as grand as it should be. It doesn't look as technically impressive as it really is. And I think Bar really does
It brings that out, kind of
Exactly.
highlights how cool that actually looks.
Exactly.
Oh, interesting. So this thing's a burst fire weapon, the Inferno. I see. Interesting.
So essentially, the idea behind it was that the Inferno was often built by people who were like, this is really cool. And then the people on the receiving end were like, oh, this is really hard to play against,
Yeah.
and really annoying. So the idea with the burst fire, and there's going to be some further napalm changes in general that we kind of I tested out with that, but then we reverted back just to make them a little bit more consistent with what's already here. The general idea is that we want to kind of step away from the stacking a little bit, even now.
Okay.
Stacking from napalm will actually be removed. We do plan on removing it entirely and
interesting.
reworking it so that there's tiers of napalm that's more visually, more
A
powerful.
yellow
napalm
napalm,
will be
and then
blue.
an orange napalm, and then a blue napalm. Yeah, okay, I see
Exactly,
the
that's
vision
exactly the
immediately.
idea I had.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, we've started already trying to, think about how we can sort of take the focus away from essentially stacking napalm and more so just area coverage. And that's kind of where the Inferno comes in a little bit,
Right.
in the sense that they
Stacking
essentially,
units detected.
basically they fire everything in one go. So it's harder to stack stuff, but at the very least it covers a much wider area, and it feels better to play with, and you also don't feel as overwhelmed on the receiving end. It communicates what the unit actually is meant to do and its actual power, rather than looking very scary and then you just being pissed off that all your units are dying and you're not really understanding why.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think, explore with me a little bit more what that means to remove stacking, because that's a huge component of the damage right now. So what is the trade-off going to be like? Will the damage just be nerfed, and that's something that people are going to have to get used to? Or is the idea to change it so that the damage is like higher but it doesn't stack, sort of thing?
Essentially, the damage is going to, at least as far as I understand it and how I would approach it, is that the damage would be higher, and lower tier, napalm will probably act a lot similar to what it is now, if not slightly worse.
Tactical
But higher tier
missile launcher
napalm
detected.
is going to be substantially stronger per volley, but
Interesting.
when they will fire into a stack, they will actually increase the size of the stack up to a point. They're not going to stack the damage, but instead, if you fire into the same stack, that stack will start growing in area of effect,
see.
essentially. So it's a little bit of complex work. Still don't know exactly how that's going to pan out in terms of function, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We have people like Damgam, who's the lead, PVE. He was responsible for raptors and scavengers and all that.
Oh, really? Oh, there it is.
yes.
the base.
Speaking of raptors and scavengers,
Epic Argonauts are so powerful.
they are epic for a reason.
Yeah. Oh man, I need one of those. Any chance we get the epic or the epic Argonaut added to the Legion Epic Lab?
I think I might do that actually, because
that
at the
thing's
moment
good.
there's just not enough epic units to go around.
Trying to think
I think generally the idea is that you have the epic arquebus, so
Oh, no way. For 15 grand? No shot. It's all on you now, you So Sigma, our red team leader.
yeah, he's doing a good job.
Holding on. No, that's really cool. I think there's I'm curious what that's gonna look like. Like so I'll back off a second and go backwards to say that I remember the like very first like when my eyes were open to how modding kind of could work in this game was the cataphracts. A long time ago when I was suggesting to one of the modders in my community, I think it was Aiden Knott, but I could be wrong. It was one of the people who was in there making some really cool stuff all the time for me to show off. Was one of the things was that was a mod for the catapult or the cataphract that changed it from the sustained laser to the burst laser. And I just like I fell in love with that immediately. It was like everything I ever wanted out of that tank. But yeah, I remember the like pulling the curtain behind, or you know, pulling the curtain to see behind it was realizing that was just the actual projectile for that was just a reworked saber. It's the same laser that the saber uses, but then just like tweaked slightly. And ever since then, I've kind of been thinking about Bar in that same sense of like how can new things be added that then are reused in different ways.
Yes. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but all the Legion miniguns, the machine guns, the Gatling guns, whatever you call it, on the internal side, they're just Saber / Titan handgun shots.
Really?
They're just really tiny. They're a lot less stronger, obviously, a lot higher fire rate, but internally they're basically the same type of weapon.
That is so funny. Yeah, I had no idea about that, but I love it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, there's those like it's just like weird little things like that. Like, it makes perfect sense once you think about it, and like visually, it's like, oh yeah, that does look exactly the same. I just never thought about it like that. But yeah, no, that's really cool to see. Where I was going with that though is I wonder if the napalm stacking thing could be something that's adapted into a usable like tool for other factions. So like, you know, it becomes like for Legion it's napalm, and then for Armada maybe it's like a lightning field or something like that. You know what I mean? Like starting to explore weapons in different spaces.
Yes, that I think is something that I guess Legion devs would have to kind of speak with the main game devs and kind of convince them on.
Right.
So
Yeah, and that's
there's a matter of creative difference on that front. You know, some folks on the main balance team, they don't want area denial weapons to exist at all for any faction. Some, you know, balance devs, they're fine with it if all three factions get it. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of dialogue and a lot of you know, back and forth on making sure that if we do include it, should we include it, and when we do include it, shouldn't be you know, getting it in right.
How to make it fun, not just this annoying hindrance to everybody.
Exactly. So let's see. We'll have to see how that goes. I don't know exactly what the future holds on that front, but truly there will be something. I mean, as far as I know, the coat. Ooh, that was a nasty shot.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
As far as I know, the code for stacking napalm is reworked off of Raptor acid spitters that stack too.
Oh,
so
really?
It's not going away anywhere. But yeah,
that makes perfect sense. It's all exactly the same. It's just a big damage over time area of effect field. So yeah,
exactly. Yes.
Makes a lot of sense.
So,
I wonder what the my dream unit. I'll tell you, my dream is an EMP landmine for Armada. That's my like. That's my dream Armada like epic edition would be an EMP landmine with like, you know, it takes 1,000 energy per second to maintain it or something.
You
I've
already
always
have
liked.
Twilights, though. Just make a bunch of Twilights on
Well,
Rosetta.
yeah, that's true. That's so true. Yeah, I wish I could build Twilights everywhere. If I could put Twilights on the map, I absolutely would. I would just build a row of them all the way back to my base. Man, that LRPC unit
there
is
was
so cool.
Yeah, that is
So
that was
I can look at it.
that was actually something that you know how I like how you mentioned are you and Tharsis in an arms race? That actually was something we were in an arms race with.
Really? Oh, that's so funny.
So we have a new 2D artist on our team called Phil Arts, or on Discord he's called ComPhil, and he has been doing. I'm sure if you've looked on the Reddit here and there, Pitak or Taku has been kind of using his work as promotional material to kind of show the concept works being done. So he's been doing a phenomenal job putting in so many different concepts. The new Belcher was a concept of his that
really?
I made into what it is now.
Cool.
The bot that you see here right now, the LRPC Astreus, it's also one of those what's it called, concepts made by ComPhil. That thing, it's not supposed to be all-terrain. I don't know why it's all-terrain.
It's got 4
it's
legs.
all-terrain.
It's pretty good.
I don't think it's all-terrain. It's just that hill, as
Yeah,
far as I can see from the movement graph, you can barely get on it.
Yeah, I think it might just be this hillside. I don't think it's supposed to be all-terrain. That'd be pretty crazy if it was all-terrain.
Yeah, it's not all-terrain. Otherwise, it would have 6 legs, like the new Vanguard.
Right. That was that caught me off guard. I thought I broke the game, or I was looking at like stacked units or something for a second when I first saw one of those. It made me panic a little bit. I was a little uneasy. So it's like, whoa, what just happened?
Yeah, that was I see there's been a more of a mixed response than I imagined. That was a Tharsis thing that she quickly just added on a bunch of legs so that there would be more differentiation between the Vanguard and the Astreus.
Right.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But essentially, the Astreus had a bunch of concepts, and Tharsis and I were both like, well, we love this, but we're both going to work on it with 2 different concepts. So I think in the end, essentially, I was just able to get to it faster. So me and Tharsis talked it out, and we said that, okay, she told me use your concept and just move forward with it, and I'll reuse mine for something else in the T2 lab. So that's where we are. That's what happened essentially. So we were just like, I mean, it wasn't really competitive. It was just more so we both wanted to explore the concepts in our own way.
Yeah.
And, whoever's one fits better with the unit itself and the balance and what direction we went with.
Got it.
It's just that's how it worked out.
Cool. So you won, is what you're saying.
I wouldn't say I won.
No, I joke. Yeah, no, that's really cool that it was like that idea of like exploring different concepts is always fun, and for an artist, you couldn't ask for anything better. But
we also want to ensure that our work doesn't go to waste. So that's why we want to at least make sure that whoever's model. I mean, I had the idea that if my model didn't get in, I would just turn it into a cluster squared LRPC for extra units or something.
Oh, there
clusters make clusters.
It shoots little cluster artillery pieces that shoot more cluster artillery pieces, something like that. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Nested artillery pieces. Yeah, where'd that idea come from? The cluster artillery.
That was actually, I think, I don't know if you've seen MQIB. MQIIB. Yeah. He was pushing that for a long time. So I had the idea that if that doesn't work out, then I'll fulfill his wish and turn that into a cluster unit.
Look at Mib is in the chat. He says, "Please." That's hilarious. AKU says, "Who is the person in the voice chat?" This is Zephyr, one of the Legion devs who's been working on a bunch of the awesome Legion stuff that we've been checking out over the last couple of weeks.
I like how you're telling that to Aku, who is also on our dev team.
Aku? Oh, I see. That's funny. So Aku is pranking me then, is what you're saying. Aku is making fun of me.
he probably doesn't know who I am, or at least he's never heard me speak. So that's fine. But Aku is one of our developers as well. He works on optimizing the performance of the game. Yeah, he's very passionate about ensuring that things aren't unnecessarily taking up performance.
Okay.
And I think that's really important. I mean, he works on the tiny stuff, you know, because the tiny stuff adds up more and more often than you think, especially in bar. So-
I believe it 100%. I mean, talk about tiny stuff. Every unit in this game leaving footprints and like, you know, the animations of like I remember when I saw the new animation for the catapult and like the little missile pods were like gyrating up and down as it stepped. I was like, what on earth? Like that is just I imagine those little details take up a lot of processing. I wish I could ask for an explanation on how Bar even like manages to hold, you know, thousands of units across 16 players on a map, or more if we really go crazy. Should we do big lobbies? Yeah, why don't we go to 10? Screw it. We've got a queue. 22 people deep in the queue. We may as well.
People are really, really clamoring to play today. They
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
hungry
it seems
today.
like it. Well, you know, we bring a special guest on. They get to watch me play like a baboon and hear some epic Legion stuff as well. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Oh man. So where was I? Where were we? Oh, so the Soul Invictus took weeks to finish. Protar did a really a good was really helpful in ensuring that the concept looked good. Zacruz did a lot of work for the scripting to make sure it was actually in a working state. And then Ender Robo, who is another Legion dev, he came in after it was released and also did some further adjustments. It's still not 100% there. There's actually new legs. They're not radically new. They're just slightly differently proportioned that are modeled by Protar. So that's getting a slight leg rework to make sure that the walking animations are a lot better on the Soul Invictus. So
Okay.
you know, for a unit like that, the process is it's a mix of it's out when it's ready, but then also we're gonna need more time to make sure it's perfect.
Sure, yeah. Well, and that's kind of what this period is right now for you guys, right? This is your test period to, you know, pre-launch or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Scouser asks, how many hours do you spend on bar development per week?
That's a good question.
I mean, I have a job, so not as
Right.
much as I would like. I would say maybe like an hour or 2 hours during the weekdays, if I feel well enough and I'm working on something that I'm super excited to work on.
Right.
It's really based on whatever we feel like doing and whenever we feel like doing. Sometimes I'll get Friday night motivation. I'll be working until 3 a.m. on a unit for 6 hours straight. And sometimes it'll take me like a week to get it done. It just depends.
It is still an entirely volunteer team, right?
Of course, nobody, all the donations that we get and all the purchases that we get go solely towards server upkeep and nothing else.
Oh, okay. That was there was an idea. A group of heroes brought together to protect. No, I'm Avengersing. No, there was an idea floating around, and I had talked with a bunch of people about this for essentially a bounty board.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was a lofty ambition, but one that I wanted to explore, and I still want to at some point, but I don't quite have the infrastructure in place to do it yet. And the idea being, for yourself, for other creators, for people in the community that maybe are interested in modding but don't really have that motivation. The idea being, I don't know, I'd love your input on this, but the idea being starting off with like extra units or maybe a map tweak or something like that, and essentially posting a bounty of X amount of rubles or dollars or gemstones or gold to commission basically these either game modes or new units or things like that. What do you think about it? That sort of thing.
So there are two ways to look at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
On one hand, that is a fantastic way to make sure that creators at least get reimbursed to some degree for working on something specific that the community would like to see. Like, I mean, if there's like a voting system and say that a lot of people want it, and it's not like completely broken for game balance or whatnot, and it's just
Right.
Essentially getting it in doesn't affect the scope and design of the wider game. but a lot of people still want it, well, then I feel like in a situation like that, that would be fantastic. You know, some people, they would otherwise not be working on that, and now they are, and maybe they do a fantastic job of it, and they'll get a little something for it.
Yep.
They get enough to buy themselves a Burger King for.
They get their
Battle
sandwich
started.
for the day.
yeah. For 2 weekends, they can have Burger King.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like that also is opens a different kind of worms, in the sense that it will become more so a race to people. Like, some people will definitely have more time than others to address the bounty board, and they might get to the more more important, or the more lucrative bounties before other people even get the chance to. So because, for example, they're still in college, they have time, or they don't have kids, they have time, and
Sure.
I feel like that puts an unfair advantage on people that have more time to put towards things that they don't necessarily want to work on, and they're only working on because it's on a bounty board. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And that's
And we don't want to do that, because then people will get upset. They're like, well, the only reason I'm not making money off of the game is because I'm too busy changing diapers this week.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do about that?
yeah, and that's like that's definitely not something I'm so worried about alienating people who work so hard on this game, and then all of a sudden they're like, well, now other people are getting paid but I'm not, and it's like, no, that's not what it's supposed to be about. Yeah, in my like, utopian dream, the idea is that it would basically be, you could I'm gonna go with lobbers here. It always surprises me that lobbers are more or less, they cost less energy than goblins. Anyways,
Wait. Oh yes. I actually wanted to reduce the goblin energy cost. Wait, no, lobbers don't, do they?
lobbers are 400 and goblins are
Battle
500.
paused.
Oh wow. Okay, well, I actually want to reduce the goblin cost for season 2, but I don't think that's happening. I think they're going to get, I did talk to Zacris about it earlier today. I think they're going to get a slight speed buff and a slight range nerf rather than an energy cost decrease. So
Oh, okay. It doesn't bother me.
I mean,
it just always takes me aback, because I'm like, oh yeah, I think of a plasma bot and I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of like, I feel like the plasma bot is more expensive in core and arm, but then versus like a pawn or a grunt or something. But they're also, heavily armored, whereas the lobbers are made of paper and hopes and dreams.
Yep.
So
Also, by the way, I think Jamakis mentioned it in the previous game briefly, but Uso Sigma is Dot.
Oh really? Okay.
I suppose you know Dot.
Yeah,
Battle
absolutely.
started.
There's no chance I'm ever gonna be able to keep straight all the names and people changing them all the time.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you were there, but I think there was a brief period last year, a couple of months ago, where people were just changing their names to underscores. So
oh my goodness, yeah.
So the OP
barcodes.
Rotato lobby would just be underscores and underscores and underscores, and you'd be like, oh, that's 8 underscores, that's a D. That's 10
Aircraft
underscores,
spotted.
that's Emra.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's nuts.
Oh, man.
You can imagine those games didn't get commentated
Yeah, it would be
for specific
we
reasons.
don't blame you.
Yeah,
I don't blame you.
come on, guys, you're making my job so hard. No, it's but back to that bounty board idea. The idea that I wanted to explore was like, basically for people to start creating, I guess it would be like a scenario or something, like basically so it'd be like basically storyboarding. I know it's Aidenot is now on the team for the general story of or the campaign of Beyond No Reason, right? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
It's I don't know how much I'm allowed to reveal on that front, so I'll
Okay,
just
sure. I won't pressure
zip my
you on that.
mouth for now.
Yeah.
But Aiden, he has been working on the campaign maps. He's been working on making customized maps for the campaign, so that we aren't just relegated to, I don't know, a mission on salt roof or
Supremismus.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's a really important endeavor. So Aiden has been very instrumental on creating customized maps just for one or two mission, maybe, you know.
Yeah.
And that's obviously difficult. You don't get to see it much, but at least on the lore side and campaign side, overall, Taku or Pitak has been is the person who's been handling that for the most part.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
okay.
we have people
Low power.
in, you know, we've. I like how you mentioned the Avengers, kind of like, you know, assembling a team thing. We are actually assembling a team to ensure that, you know, Pitak gets the help he needs to,
Oh, that's
you
great.
know, that for the lore to be and the story to be as good as we can make it. So there's a lot of process going on there, and I mean, from the bits I've seen, it's very exciting. I think you guys, I'm addressing to the stream audience as well as you, right? I think you guys are gonna love it when it comes out. There's been some very, very cool stuff in the works.
That's
and,
awesome. I'm super
yeah.
excited to see where that goes. I think that's like one of those areas that's going to be, no matter how it turns out, the campaign is always going to be like a super fun way for Beyond a reason to, like, it'll be what was I calling it, a cusp or whatever, like a frontier sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a new area to explore, and then it turns into like a new opportunity for Bar to, like, you know, people start getting invested in the characters and the story, and then it's like, okay, well, I want to play, you know, Kerrigan from Heart of the Swarm, and then so you go into the ladder and you play some Armada or whatever.
Exactly. It's interesting because when you know, campaign does get finalized, I feel like that's going to be one of our largest player spikes.
Oh, sure.
Even without Steam, because I don't know if you know this, but most players that play Bar never touch multiplayer
Really?
at all.
Yeah, you know, I was
Yes,
looking at the
really.
stat earlier this morning, and it said that, and I was like, wow, I really had never even considered that. Like multiplayer was like the reason I picked up this game, and so I just had never really thought about it like that. But it is fair. Like, Bar has so many customizable single player
You've
options.
received new units.
Yeah, I don't. It's that's just really, really crazy to think about how. I'm trying to focus on micro and talk. Ah! Run away!
You're doing a pretty good job though.
Kill him! Okay. Phew! Sorry.
You're doing a pretty good job, I will say.
Yeah, this game gets in your
man.
bones. I've heard so many accounts from people that tell me about, like, you know, yeah, I had to stop playing Bar because I was having dreams about commanding armies at night, and it just wasn't healthy for me. Like, oh my goodness.
I don't blame you. I have the same issue when it comes to working on Bar. I will.
Oopsie.
Those lightning charts do more damage than
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, I didn't, slight miscalculation there.
Yeah, sometimes I go to bed and I just dream about unit scripts and Blender doing stuff that I don't want it to. And, you know, sometimes I'll solve a scripting issue for a unit and I wake up and I find that the unit is still broken and I'm like, aw.
Ah, dang. I dreamed I solved an issue. Yeah. That's hilarious.
Oh man.
That's a real programmer moment right there. Dreaming of solutions.
But
bizarre when it
in
works,
general, in general though, I mean, it's gonna be massive. When campaign comes out. That's probably going to be one of our biggest additions, if not our biggest addition, to the majority of the player base, I would say.
Jamaica says, please add more napalm to the game, Legion devs.
I like people not knowing where I live. Thank you. I feel like if I had more napalm units, there are gonna be people showing up at my house.
Yeah, you're gonna have
very
mobs
soon.
for sure. You're gonna have angry mobs outside your door, rioting in the streets.
Oh man.
You've received new units.
Okay. I do love the lobber. You know, it's grown on me. I was not a
It
big
is
Plasma
growing
Bot
to that,
fan, but it is definitely grown on me very fun and useful little tool.
It is quite fantastic, I will say. At least from how you're using it here, that is good. For
You
although that
simply
is
make
like,
a billion of them.
you do simply make a billion of them, and because you can.
Yeah, they're so cheap.
I actually on account of the wind turbine adjustments, I wanted to actually do something a little interesting with the eco for Legion. Initially, it's not going to pan out right now. It's not going to be out for the season 2 release. But what I wanted to explore was keeping wind turbines actually expensive and keeping them the exact same cost as they are, which would be the previous pre-season 2 Cortex costs, but making solar a lot cheaper and a lot easier to scale. Because Legion's units are already very energy hungry as standard. And since they'll have like they already have the most expensive fusions and advanced fusions. They're tied with the Armada ones, and they also have the most expensive wind. I was thinking of essentially trying to make solar a little bit more viable on mixed, high wind maps or on purely solar maps.
Yeah.
But we're not going to go with that approach for now, but I still want to explore it in the future. So
sure.
That could be something interesting, because in general, I just feel like, I don't know, I feel like solar needs a little bit more love, and especially for Legion, who relies on so much energy for a lot of its units.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. It's kind of a double-edged sword, because as soon as you're on one of those maps with, just solar only maps, suddenly it's not a T2 lab. Suddenly suddenly solar panels being even, slightly stronger becomes so dangerous.
Yeah,
but I think it's a cool idea.
Part. The initial idea I had was to make them cheaper but less efficient overall. So they would be around, they would give 15 energy only, but they would cost 120 metal instead of 155. So, but that would make them technically less efficient, but at the very least you could get set up with them way faster and expand out a couple more way faster as well, at least from the early game.
That's cool.
Because in T2, I feel like the price differences in fusions and aphises don't entirely matter, as long as you're not playing specifically OP Isthmus or OP Glitters that rely super heavily on timings and whatnot.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The pro players, it's going to hit a little harder, but yeah, in like your average match or something. Well, that brings up a good conversation. Is Bar intended to be built around like top tier play, or is it built bottom up or top down?
I would say it's built more. Well, we would like to at least continue building in more bottom up than top down for the foreseeable future. At least I would. I mean, I don't want to neglect top players at all, because they keep the meta interesting. They'll find new and interesting ways to kind of engage with the current way. Exactly, yeah, and that bleeds into, it actually kind of trickles down into normal games. They'll see top players doing something, then they'll try to learn and mimic it. So I don't want to neglect top players, but I would say that we try to take a more balanced approach and see and make sure that anything we do isn't just because OP players use it and that's why it needs to go, or OP players use it, that's why it needs to be balanced. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Exactly.
Wow, these guys have really torn across the entire face of this map. They did way more damage than I really accounted them to do.
They definitely got their worth, I will say.
Like 40 metal extractors down or something like that?
That is insanely good.
I don't know what to do with this T2. Anyone else need it? Yeah, this guy does. Keep expanding.
When you concentrate on the game a little bit.
I'm trying so hard. I've won my lane, so it means it's time to go win the game, but I gotta figure out how to do that first. Once I gets to these late game scenarios, my mind like goes out the gutter. I lose control. But hopefully, I'm hoping that my team is. I'm hoping that I did enough damage that the enemy team is weakened enough that I can keep doing good work. We'll see. I need a scout from this guy. There we go.
Oh, I wanted to ask what you think of the new Praetorian as well.
Oh yeah, that thing looks awesome. I like that it's very. I feel like it fills its role as a multi-weapon fighter a little bit better because it doesn't. I don't know. The napalm doesn't kill your own units as much. I don't know. It seems like better across the board. I don't know if it's actually any better, but it feels better.
That was mostly the intention that I wanted to go with it, in the sense that it would be, well, Legion T2 Bot Lab has an issue where a lot of the units are slow. So a lot of some of the approach that I want to take to the T3 lab is to kind of flip the script and make units a lot faster in general. So the Praetorian is actually quite speedy for what it is, and you know, with the weapons that it has, it can, you know, push into a front or a back line very effectively and trade very effectively with those shotguns.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's great then.
So,
that's cool. Well,
yeah,
and the Javelin is really neat too. I really love the design of that thing.
Oh yeah, the Javelin is, man, that thing is, it's my favorite amphibious unit in the game. Like, I'm sorry Salamanders, I know you're awesome. I'm sorry Shivas, I know you're awesome. And the Shivas, I mean, the Shiva remodel is fantastic.
Oh yeah,
wow.
that almost, it like turned it into a whole new unit, and I was just like,
but,
whoa.
I don't know. Nothing beats the burr of a Gatling gun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the DACA, more DACA. Yeah.
More DACA, more good. So yeah, so that's essentially the idea behind the Praetorian. Otherwise, it was about to get actually kicked out of the roster. I wanted to rework it, keep it in somehow.
Oh yeah.
So
nice, you saved it.
Yeah. I did what I could. The modeling was partially, the top torso was done by another modeler called Ghoulish, who did the T2 bot lab, the air lab, and the T2 air lab, and all that jazz. So I just kind of, he wasn't working on it anymore, so he was like, I just took the torso and I was like, all right, better add some legs to it.
Run with this, yeah. I mean, that's cool though. Ended up being like a really cohesive design, and now I don't know, it fits into the Legion scheme really nicely, I think.
Yeah, one of the approaches that I really wanted to emphasize, at least for Legion overall, is the encouragement of mixed compositions. Because, you know, when it comes to Armada and Cortex, you can sort of get away with Sheldon spam, we can sort of get away with a Recluse spam, you know, with some support here and there. But for Legion, I really wanted to emphasize mixing and matching different units to make them better, work better together. In T3, I think this is actually quite the strongest it's been out of all the labs we have so far. You know, you start out with, you know, the Marauders, the Javelins and the carries, the riot tanks. And then, you know, with they support each other pretty well. One is more of a speedy, you know, skirmisher, and one is more so just general anti-spam defense. And then you go into Praetorians and, you know, Daedaluses, which are, you know, Daedalus is more further range, you know, skirmisher. Praetorians are more close range, kind of demon style sort of, you know, close range brawler. So you know, to ensure that the Daedalus doesn't get swamped by a bunch of T2 units, like, you know, as easily. And then after that, you go into stuff like, you know, the Astreus and the Sol Invictus to get the really, you know, match finishers out.
Yeah,
to
the
support
heavy firepower.
Yeah.
Yep,
Seems like it's you guys are going for a base trade, it seems.
Basically. I think they'll be able to squeeze out right there.
Yeah, I think as far as I know from my many hours of looking at their collision volumes, I think they'll be fine.
Oh no. Yeah, this is the most stressful part of this game. Suddenly, map flips on its head. It's like, okay, now I gotta act. Let's see. Javelins. Good old reliables.
They did get a slight
Reliable.
fix for their firing as well, not too long ago. So now they're a lot more reliable to
T3
use.
unit is
Well, that's
ready.
good. That's useful for a raiding unit.
Yes. Before they would, if something was moving too fast, they would just kind of not shoot.
Like,
They're
nope,
"Ah,
not
let
my
me take
problem."
the time to aim properly. I gotta be exactly right.
That's interesting. Did the Bastion had a similar limitation, didn't it? At some point, right? Or am I misremembering?
I believe so. I actually wasn't around on the development team for a couple of months because I was busy, getting situated into a new job or some other
gotcha.
other IRL stuff.
Uh-huh.
So I might have been during the time I was, taking my Sabbath. But as far as I know, I mean, the Bastion works pretty good.
Oh yeah, yeah, it works great. Yeah, no, I just remember. I remember hearing that it had some sort of issue, like it was that it couldn't it sounded very similar. Like it couldn't target. I don't know. It couldn't target units properly or something like that. It was really odd. Like it wasn't. It wouldn't fire unless it was exactly lined up with the unit, and then because of that, it ended up causing all these weird issues where it would wait until the unit was right underneath it and then fire, and so it did all this friendly fire damage all the time.
Yep. That does sound familiar, actually, now that I think about it.
Right. It'd be inappropriate of me not to build on these Sol Invictus. So.
I will say, I don't know if you noticed, but the Mukade did get moved to the extra units roster.
Oh,
I know we
really?
play
Oh, this
mostly
is
with
no
extra
longer
units,
part of the
but-
default?
No, it's not. Just because it's too messy with the script. There's someone on our team trying to at least make it work here and there, Robert the Pie, but it's until it gets fixed, it's in extra units, and then once it gets fixed, and then we can worry about.
That's a funny way of doing it. I like it though. Just use these. This is too much metal. Too much money. More money, more problems.
Maybe you could go for something a bit more long range.
Yeah, good point. Perfect point.
Yeah, I know, because I think last stream you weren't. I think every time you had an Astreus out, the game just ended.
Yeah, it ended right there, and I bet it's about to happen again right here too. But yeah, it's so frustrating.
Oh my goodness.
Can't get this thing across the map fast enough to win with it.
It is very long range, so maybe that's for the best.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, we definitely don't need this thing sprinting across the map full clip. Man, I do love these things though. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, can I not move? Oh, there we go.
I can.
What's its range? Man, that's a long range. So it really is an LRPC on legs.
Oh yeah, that was actually Tharsis's idea originally, and we just kind of ran with it.
What about the Daedalus? I'm really curious about the story on that, because that seems like it kind of came out of nowhere, but I love that thing.
So the Daedalus was actually a model I was working on before I took my break, and then I just finished it as the first thing when I came back.
Oh, okay.
So it was meant to be more of a something that would be able to combat some of the longer range things that both Cortex and Armada has. Because the Cortex and Armada have things like the Starlight and the Sharpshooters and the Banishers and the Sheldons, which Legion was not as able to combat well with its roster in T1 and T2, except for the Medusa and essentially the I would say, the Arbiters, but that's a Cortex unit, or the Napalm, the Inferno, essentially.
Okay.
So I essentially wanted to give Legion more of a speedier option in T3 that was more so a long-range option to counter things like snipers and sharpshooters and attacking, starlights and whatnot, but not be that OP. I think sharpshooters and starlights still have more range than it,
Okay.
but it is very, very effective at just getting one out if you have the eco early on, or
Right.
even early mid, in the mid to early to mid, stage of the T3
Game. Yeah, I know what you mean.
And it also has, of course, the miniguns attached on the side for one thing and one thing only. The only reason I added that was so that it would at least have the capability to take out spam and still use its railgun without relying on other units to support it at the same time. Because it is 8,000 metal, it's expensive. Reasonably should be able to do what it's meant to do in T3 in the T3 stage without a counter spam.
Not some horrible compromise, or you have to set up a whole nother laboratory. Yeah, that's great.
Exactly.
That's there's been this whole push for what is it, reducing APM drain or whatever for all these different like for the season 2 patch, all this sort of stuff, right? And I'm like, the best way you could reduce APM is just to make it so that people don't have to spend so much time microing ticks and anti-ticks like spam and stuff like that. So I feel like the T1 change is inadvertently going to be more of an anti-spam change than anything else in this game, just because of the way that it ends up. You end up suddenly not having to make a gigantic spam of units all over the place, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it'll work out.
Essentially, I just kind of put that in as a premature, I suppose, solution. I just wanted a T3 unit like that to be able to deal with spam in such a way that, like you mentioned, without having to rely on a whole different lab to do so.
The anti-spam unit shouldn't have to worry about being spammed to death. It should be effective in its role, probably. I feel like that's intelligent design or whatever. That's probably fair.
I will say that it is quite it's quite brittle. It does not respond well to a sustained pressure, either long or close. So it should be treated with a little bit more care than you might otherwise think.
Sure, but, it's a tool, it's not a tank necessarily.
Exactly, yeah.
Makes sense. I noticed the Praetorians are a lot cheaper. That's kind of an interesting choice.
They're meant to be more Demon Razorback level rather than outright Titan level, essentially. They do also get that little cluster artillery on the back.
I noticed. Those are so cute. I love that.
Essentially, for the same reason as the Daedalus one. The Daedalus, what's it called? Basically, they're two sides of the same coin, but they still fulfill different roles. There's somewhat speedy skirmishers, except that the Praetorian is more focused on close range combat to deal with T2 compositions and some lighter T3 units, and to just be a reliable damage dealer like the Razorback and Karganif are, essentially, and the Demon now. The Demon is there. Whereas
Demon is there. Can confirm the Demon is there.
Demon is there. If you weren't aware, I'm sure someone will send one your way.
Absolutely, yeah. I've definitely encountered one of those, I think. Surely.
But they have that little cluster cannon to deal with, the odd sharpshooter here and there, so they don't get completely bodied by a sharpshooter just kiting them infinitely.
Right.
Whereas the Daedalus is the opposite way. They have the main cannon to deal with long range units, and then the Gatling cannons to deal with closer range stuff as needed, rather than being the focus.
That's kind of interesting. That's a cool design choice, though, because then, you can kind of, whatever you need to prioritize in the match or whatever, it sort of sorts itself out.
Yeah.
We are getting spammed to death, which is not super comfortable.
Well, we did talk about a couple of units that have anti-spam potential.
Right? Maybe these tools might be useful.
I will say that the Astreus is not that great for front-ending fire. You might be more useful to use it in the sense that this is kind of where Eco probably is. Let's aim at that direction, basically, instead of just letting it fire on its own.
That makes sense. Yeah,
because
it's kind of
testing.
It seems like it's very. It seems. It seems like it seems very similar to the that long-range plasma cannon boat. Like, you would use it in basically the exact same context, where it's kind of like you just try and get it into position and then fire off a round of volleys. Yeah, into the eco, exactly like you said.
Exactly. Yeah. It's
Makes
just
perfect
that
sense.
I just essentially in testing we found that it was much worse than Vanguard in actually handling like units up front, and that's fine because
That makes sense.
Legion
Yeah,
already
it's not its
has
job.
stuff to deal with that.
Yeah. Balanced unit.
I think that's classic,
Makes sense.
or Raiko or one of the other OP Rotato players.
That makes sense. They like to talk about balance very often.
I suppose you could say that.
Oh, this Karganeth is so strong. Jesus.
Epic Karganeths.
They're so good.
They are very,
Where's
very
my
good.
T1 lab? Watch these guys. Oh, you trapped yourself? Come on now. You're a Legion. You're supposed to be better than
Commander
this.
Destroyed.
What was the thing you had said again? Architects with improper tools, or architects with subadequate tools.
Yes, that's exactly it.
It's a great design philosophy.
That way we can say that the team killing is intentional from the heat rates.
It's too effective to give up. Okay, well you could have built better ones. No. Too good. There we go. That Tyrannus spam. Talk about another unit that has undergone some tremendous visual upgrades. The Tyrannus.
I think the Tyrannus is probably one of the best looking units in the
Battle
game, bar
ended.
none. It's
Yeah.
such, Tremor, Darcis did a fantastic job of it.
It reminds me. You know what it reminds me a lot of is the Dune universe, in the low orbit ships of the Dune universe, where there's sort of just these giant floating mountains of metal that just kind of like loom overhead and fire big projectiles down. That's totally what it reminds me of in a the most flattering of senses.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I think that ties into the ornithopters that Darcis made as well.
Oh yeah, yes, so true. Yeah, as soon as I saw those things, I was like immediately the like Dune sound, soundtrack went off in my head. I was like, whoa.
All we need is a giant worm in the campaign. There you go.
Yeah, retexture one of the apex spitter tentacles into like it just comes up and then it goes down and moves around all over the place, and it's like comes up and eats your base or something.
Yeah, that'll be the DLC campaign.
Right? Yeah, the Dune extended cinematic universe. That is funny.
Okay, Bright. I think that's it for me for today. It was awesome coming on and getting to talk a little bit on some of these newer Legion developments and also about some of the other stuff that the rest of the team are working on, and obviously seeing some of these units in action in the game too, balanced or not.
Yeah. Hey, that's important though, because if they're going to be in the game, knowing how they interact with the different units is always good to know. So
yeah, I think I did tell you before that your lobbies have been kind of the place we go to kind of look at and see when units come out. They usually come out I try to get them out by the end of the week because I work on a unit once per week, maybe a couple of times a week, and then we get to see some live testing in your lobby.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I think Zekris is here, more often than not, watching and playing and
taking notes.
seeing how things. Yeah, exactly. So
That's
it's
great.
been you've been super duper helpful on that front too, and
Well, that's
cannot
good.
thank you enough for.
I'm glad it's useful
for-
to you guys.
Yes, fantastic.
Yeah, of course. Well, thanks a ton for coming out. I really appreciate it. It's always a treat getting to talk to you guys and hear kind of the insights. I know your community loves you guys for being so transparent about what development looks like, what the plan is, all that sort of stuff. So it really does mean the world to us to hear from you. I want to extend the utmost welcomeness. You're always welcome to join in on these streams. Join in for a call or just join in for the play. Whatever, feel free to use me as your test bed.
I really do appreciate that, and I'll obviously extend the kind and warm words to the rest of the team as well. I'm sure they would love to hear it.
Good.
Or
Good.
maybe they're hearing it right now or wherever they watch the stream.
Yeah, they're always welcome. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you
And
for
hopefully
thanking
next week we got
Sephiroth.
some new people and coming in.
Oh yeah, you got new team members too. So I'd love to get a chance to meet with them and do a little interview, see what they're interested in working on.
Awesome.
Yeah,
That's
we can
good.
schedule something like that. Alrighty.
All right.
Well, thanks a ton. I appreciate it, mate.
You too. Have fun, everyone else watching the stream, and if you want to complain about napalm, you know where to find me.
Feel free to complain
bye-bye,
into
guys.
chat. I'll take the interaction. Have a good one, man.
Awesome. Thanks. Bye bye.
Peace out. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Zephyr Skies themselves. Talking about Legion, watching me get absolutely schooled by half the units that we're discussing. More heat ray per heat ray. Double the heat ray. Oh man, I love listening to those guys. I love hearing from them. Yeah, what a fun group of people. I mean, don't tell the mainline devs I said this, but the Legion devs have definitely they've got the number so far. That's all I'm saying. Maybe next week we can get some of the mainline devs to come in here and talk about some of the back end stuff. I know there's got to be a couple of nerds out there in the chat right now that are really interested in learning about the backline stuff. Don't mind me doing some sneaky beaky in the back here. We're gonna play the new map, but we're gonna make a slight little change. Don't mind me. I'm just looking for this little button right here. Nobody will even know. Nobody will even know. More fire. Yeah, so that's really interesting to think about, the idea of the napalm being kind of the area of effect grows as you shoot into it, rather than I guess the damage scaling, right? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, just like that, the server has crashed. Welcome to the Brightworks. Did the server crash, or did I just end up getting kicked? 32 players try eating big donut. So they were trying to do that map too, but yeah, I think our server just crashed. Bum bum ba bum. Bum ba dum ba dum. That's what I get for playing in North America. I should have known better than to play on North America. Streamer mode has a lot of stuff going on. Flow crash server. Well, it's Flow's right to crash server. Flow's got a lot to do. A lot of testing to do. Go, let me just grab this and grab that. Wow. We got a lot of people joining all of a sudden. You're gonna have to give the server a second here. Yeah, sorry everybody. I know a bunch of people just got kicked out of the lobby right there. Womp, 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 womp. Alright, let's fix it. Fix it. Fix it quickly. There it is. That's right, we'll see if we can get some of the mods back in here to increase it again. Brightworks. Take 2. The Donut Boogaloo. And then advanced options, and we're just gonna go down here and click on this. Howdy, y'all. Just a small little change. Just a small change. Nothing crazy, nothing big. Just a tiny, itty bitty little change. Nothing crazy. And I guess we're gonna do this 8v8 because yeah, we lost our admin apparently, unfortunately. Wow, look at that. Season 1 finale, FFA. Man, should we join in on this? That looks pretty fun. I don't know. No, we'll keep it cool. Player limit to 32. Okay, so we can start increasing it slowly. Team size 10. Should let. 4 more people in. That's a lot more. That's a lot of people. That's too many people. Oh, good heavens. Okay, looks like it worked. It looks like it worked. OP Man, are you playing? Flow has arrived. Everybody welcome the Flow Master. Server still hating. Server's got big ops. There we go. There we go. We're looking good. Got the entire crew on for server hell. Hell yeah, we did. We got everybody. Everybody and some more. I'll go ahead and accept some friend requests, by the way. The quickest way to join in on these games is to go ahead and shoot me a friend request, then join off of me. In case you're curious how these wonderful folks managed to do it. Where's the other one? Oh, there's one more hidden in there somewhere. One more hidden in there somewhere. Team size 16. You gotta be real careful with it. You gotta step the lobby up real careful. Like, I've been studying the ways of the moderator. Should we just get everybody in here? Oh, why did you call balance? Please don't call balance. Oh dear God, that shifts everybody around. Please don't call balance. Not a good idea. Oh, 16 might be the max, actually. We might be locked at 32. Let's do ring. There we go. 32 it is. Scouser, how are you doing, my friend? Are you here? Are you there? Scouser, are you there? Haven't had to do this in a while. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, Scouser couldn't ready up. Damn. Damn. Scouser had the glitch. Scouser had the no fun bug. That's a bummer. The no fun bug. Not allowed to play bug. Boo. Boo. Maybe they should implement a follow option where if a streamer turns the option on, people can follow and join without needing to friend. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know what kind of Twitch/YouTube integrations are available. I don't think there's hardly any for YouTube. There might be some for Twitch. That'd be kind of interesting, though. Shall we do random? I've been dying to try this random cube for a while. You know what would be really fun? I would be willing to commission a mod where somebody basically, when you pick random, it randomly selects from each of the 3 factions for every type of unit. So like it'll randomly populate. Like we'll use maybe we'll use Armada as a base, right? But if you select random, then on the bot lab it'll like randomly pick one scout unit, and then randomly pick one assault unit, and then randomly pick one plasma unit, randomly pick one one rocket unit. You know what I mean? So it randomly assigns you a bunch of different units. That would be a true random. I would maybe that'll be the first commission I'll put out is for that mod. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Anybody else interested in the chat? Chat, is this real? Chat, would you play my stinky randomness mod? I'm just joking, chat. I know you'd play it. You'd play anything, wouldn't you? Filthy chat goblins. Oh, look at that. It's got a little dice. Look at that. It's got a little cube. Here we go. What's the under face? It's a 6. The 6 is face down. The snake eyes is face up. That means we're done. Yeah, I wouldn't spawn out there if you want to play the game. For the most part. It looks like random has decided we're going arm, or maybe it just shows arm. the stinky corner. Where the stinkers go. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the enemies tab down. Can't see what I'm looking at here. Mirtander, how you doing? Where are you going? Mirtander may just be struggling to pick a position. One spot might be up here. Maybe. Maybe. Season 2 out? Not quite yet. It's coming out soon. Coming out shortly. Are the enemies ready? They are not. Lord Clint. How are you doing today, sir? Have fun, you bars. It's so aggressive, man. Don't say it like that. It's horrible. Just sounds awful. Hair bright as poo color. Don't you say that to me. Don't you say what you're saying to me. Welcome
Battle
to the
started.
16v16. You know, I've seen some Reddit posts from folks that were saying, like, how do I get in on these here 16v16, i.e. bigger matches? And I tell them, there's only one way to get in on these matches. You got to join the Discord! I don't know where that came from, actually. That was a sudden burst of life out of me. Hope you like my Discord disco. That's what I'll call that. And we will roll with it. Oh, I forgot these guys got the... they got the archaic Carquinos. I forgot about that. That's so funny. The thing about the archaic Carquinos is that it's actually goated with the sauce.
Low power.
Get these guys going. I play so little Cortex that I don't even have grunts bound to an auto group. Isn't that just tragic? There's actually a lot of metal in those rocks. Should really do this in reverse. There we go. There we go. I need to scout. Oh, we're going up against happiness. That's not good. Let me be clear. This is bad news. Already had somebody drop. Very good, very good. We need to go for these
An
guys.
allied commander self-destructed.
Eat, read sweet. Eat and grow. There we go. Reed Sweet is now a happy boy, eating a happy feast.
Enemy commander
So are we.
destroyed. Radar lost.
All that metal went back to our T2, yeah, our tech players. So I'm not super miffed about it. It's a little bummer. Okay, that's a bigger bummer.
Enemy
Out of
commander
the game.
destroyed.
Oh, wow. All right.
You've received new units. An allied commander self-destructed.
Okay, that's a lot of them. Wait, guys. Guys. Run away.
You've received new units.
That's good. I prefer new units. Where is it though? Is it? Oh, that's all the way down there. Oh, I got a Belcher. Okay. Take that. We take those. Napalm, very good. Oh wow, throwing these away. Isn't that fun? Splendid. Get up here, Resbots. I got a purpose for you. New job.
An allied commander has died.
Nope.
You've received new units.
Ooh, another one. I'll take it. I killed that guy. I really like that guy. We can snipe this Centurion, that'd be nice. Yep, huge. That's all I wanted. All I really wanted for Christmas was a sniped Centurion. Get that guy up. Remember to eat your solar panels.
An allied commander self-destructed.
We just gotta hold.
Enemy commander destroyed.
This Belcher been taking so long. Run away. The Resbot hero.
Enemy commander destroyed.
I mean, these T1s he's throwing away, but I'm happy to eat them up. That's just how it's going to be. I think we got to really rely on our teammates, though, to be stepping up that eco, because we're going to lose this pretty quick here.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Take out this forward base. They're falling back because they're going T2 right now, by the way.
Enemy commander destroyed.
There we go. Oh, nice job capturing those too. That's huge.
Low power. T2 unit detected.
Bizarre. I see. I see how it is. I've learned that E-storages are quite good. Really, really quite good. Let's see what we can do about this. I know there's a special type of unit in here called the Deadeye. Laser Blaster Bot. Talk about a cool name. It doesn't get much cooler than the Laser Blaster Bot. I will try to... Definitely one of the Tsar's biggest weaknesses is the fact that it is so crazy slow. Means it can work out really well, actually, against Napalm. Or Napalm works out really well against it, I guess is what I should say. Spybot. Send this feller forward. There we are. There we go. Very so. Oh, we got infestors too. Cool. I love that. Infestors are so awesome. Little freaky boys. Happens. Love that, Captain Kai. Love the answer there. Happens. What can you do? Wow, yeah, that stacking napalm damage really does burn, doesn't it? I have not been contributing much on the front lines. End of story.
You've received
The
new
end.
units.
Oh. I've been handing some belchers. Okay, we got a persecutor up and running. Some more of these guys up. Whole load of these. Damn. They got me. The infestors will be able to overrun them eventually, though. It's fine. It's fine. Hey, Specs, watch me go. The true hero we needed. Rattlesnake creep is oppressive, though. It might be persecutors. Is it really just... Is it really just Quakers? Oh. Beetle. Nice. Stop that guy from responding. Whoops. Something like that. Got to make sure to reclaim as well. Let's go ahead and build 3 of these, 4 of these, 1 of these, and another 4 of these. It looks like their turning radius was nerfed slightly. That Persecutor's in trouble, which is good. Oh, I was detected. Damn. They got me. Must be a jammer around here somewhere. Somewhere around here. Oh, those persecutors are up on the hill over there. I see. All makes sense now. Is that a tremor? It sure is. Stealth here. Okay. Alrighty. Deconstruct one of these. Nice. Huge. Infestor's so OP. They can just pop up anywhere. Oh, that's too funny. There's an Aphis right here.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Very nice. Oh, those things are so pesky. So pesky. They can reclaim too, is the other thing. Like they can reclaim these bases that they kill. Aphis here. All the way around. Nice thing about a circular donut, it just goes in circles, don't it?
T3 unit detected. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Nice. Spots are so crazy useful all over the place. Also, I think commanders take full damage from them, which is not how they're supposed to work. Well, we are being overwhelmed. That's okay. They found their value. Bots. Yeah, sharpshooter bots are pretty crazy. What does it do this thing? Oh my goodness, like 14% per blast is nuts. Yeah, that's really crazy. Naja wanted some, or Jamakis, I mean, wanted some build power on the front line. I don't really know how to best do that. Super termites. Uh-oh. That's nice. A little bit of shun nuclear gaming. So surprised that this guy is still up and running. Just a little hero that could. We are at a production positive, though, which is good. Wow, that's a lot of termites. Oh, snap. Okay. Cancel production. What we build against that. Maybe these? I don't know. I really genuinely have no idea. They're so strong. I don't know. We'll see. We'll try spy bots. Spiders are typically resistant to spy bots, which is why I'm like entirely unsure. We'll try it though.
An allied commander has died. Juggernaut
Bastions seem to have
detected.
worked.
An allied commander has died.
Alright. It has been defended. One way or another, it has been well defended. Those bots are eating it up too, so that's always nice. Okay. Seems semi-stable. Wow, they must have gargantuan economy scaling. Makes me think I'm going to need more APHIS. Bunch of spy bots. It'll be really useful. Ooh, heavy hits. Wow. What an eco. Off for a minute. We stunned the M storage, which means any M that was in their storage just got dumped into the rest of their team, which might be super, super annoying for them to deal with. I sure hope it is. Brakes on these guys. These guys can't build air, which is pretty funny. What do you build at this point in a game like this? A couple of Twitchers, I guess? Oh, that's funny. No. Freeze everything. And everything else. Maybe spy bots are OP. more you know. Cool. Very cool. K10. Look at that. Soul Invictus. Blah. Scuttles are also quite damaging. True. True. I'm a little worried about friendly fire, though. The Scuttles would have to go through so much spam. I'd be a little bit worried about blowing up my teammate's face. Base face. Oh, did I get a Soul Invictus? Yay! Yippee!
Enemy
Let's go ahead
commander
and
destroyed.
build a whole bunch of these. Yep. Those things rolling out. Go, Invictus, go!
Detected.
Oh, Invictus versus Titan. Get ready for the matchup of your lives. A fair fight? Not really. With all the starlights and whatnot firing away as well, but... Man, the Invictus does pretty good against this guy. Melting off a % per second on a Titan is nothing to scoff at.
Missile launch detected. Nuclear missile silo detected.
One more Titan out. Oh man, those heat rays are so cool.
Nuclear missile silo detected.
Thank you for this generous gift. What can we make?
Nuclear missile launch detected.
Could make some epic car keys of our own.
Nuclear missile launch detected.
It does pretty good. It's basically the same as a Titan.
Nuclear missile
Against this thing,
silo
it seems.
detected. Nuclear missile silo detected.
Look at
Nuclear
this.
missile silo detected. Nuclear missile silo detected.
There we go. No wreckage for them to pick up. I know I was completely neglecting this base, but man, can you blame me? That thing is epic. Really? You don't get to live.
T3 unit is ready. Enemy commander destroyed.
is Starfall? Just into the middle of the map. Look, we're adding more stars. It's beautiful. What a match. A back and forth beauty banger. Man, that Soul Invictus is so cool. That's how new stars are made. Yeah, you gotta shoot them into space. What, you think those stars got there on their own? No, no, no. They're all robot made. They're all Cortex made. What even color were we? We were this person? I mean, we did alright. It's nothing compared to a Jamakis' worth of scaling, but we did alright. Look at that. Aphises on aphises. Little E converters. Oh, these little nuclear looking E converters as well. Very cool. Sheesh. At least if you blow your teammates T1 spam, your co-player who who's lagging might not be lagging anymore. True. True point. Yeah, I was pretty happy with the Invictus self-destruct there, too. I feel like I timed that really well. I never timed that well. And I feel like I really timed that well. Some good stuff. What is it? Why? Oh, they removed it, didn't they? They removed the OP Patak map. Bummer. I rotated. Please, no spec. The lobby is so gigantic that I don't doubt that you rotated. Not even at all. We need a match that we could put, or we need a map that we could put 16 players on. Let's do special reef, but we'll do a special reef. Should we do corners or north south? Corners or north south, chat? What do you want to see? What a nightmare of CPU toasting that game was. Yeah, what could I say? Lobby is dying, by the way. Uh-oh. Corners. Corners it is. $35. Alright, we gotta go quick before the lobby dies. Very, very quick before the lobby dies. Uh-oh. One mechs. One mechs in a dream. It's alright. Don't believe what you see. It's alright. Everything's fine. It's all fine. Kyber, are you there? Kyber Crystal, are you with us? Mir Tander, are you there? Alright, I gotta start specking. I'm sorry. So sorry. Alright, looks good. Looks good. Go, 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 go! Quick! Into the night, sweet prince. They call me Sweet Prince. How do I join the lobby? Says Caleb Swanson. You normally would just join off of me or find, you know, the lobby with my name in it. You could usually search Brightworks, then it'll pull up the lobby that I'm running. However, right now we have to lock the lobby to make sure that too many people don't join all at once and brick it. Oh yeah, no air still. I forgot to turn air back on, but it's too late to go back now, so it's gonna be a land-based kind of a map today. A fussy so good. A fussy got me acting unwise. We're loading. We're loading, loading, loading. These gears just keep on loading. Come on. Let's play a little frontliner kind of a game. We randomed core last time. Should we random again? I'm worried that we're gonna get core 2 times in a row. And it worked out great, so I'm a little worried about it. Legion. When in doubt, Legion. I don't know. If you don't know, now you know. Guess we'll go like this, and then like this, and like this. And we will just hope that our turret doesn't eat one of our metal extractor spots. Happens every time. Right? You had to admit my fiends and sumos were eating all your spam. Oh, I mean, yeah, that's true, but those grunts were basically just for scouting purposes. I didn't really expect to eat them. Sumos and fiends are absolutely the right call. I used your investment in sumos and fiends to go into aphises and e-converters. There we go. Are we ready? No, we're still missing KD 149. He wants me to go this way? Oh, okay. You were the genocidal maniac who sent all those grunts to their deaths. And I'd do it again, too. Gladly. I'll send as many grunts as it takes. Why exactly is this outburst worth dying for? Don't ask me, you're the ones dying for it. Brightworks, when's face reveal? 100K. 100K subs is the face reveal. 10% of the way there. 11% really. No, I don't have a reason not to show my face. I'm not like, you know, I'm not like hiding from the federal government or something. The only issue is I work in IT, so I'm really skeptical about putting that kind of information out on the internet. Kid-friendly YouTuber. Sacrifices must be made. In the name of progress. Alright, we might just have to go. We're just gonna go. If he joins, that's great. More than welcome to join back in.
Battle started.
We'll hand everything right on over again. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
You've received new units.
There we go. Ah, throwing off my eco, though. Shaking my damn head. Quick question for the modders in the community. I would have a proposition for you. What I would like to do, as part of my efforts to balance the base builder, the construction turret thing, what I would like it to do is after like 2 minutes, it disappears. Anybody think there's a way to do that? Like, surely there's some way to, like, make the health tick down over time or something, right? Schnorley.
Low power.
Yeah, something like that. I'm supposed to move out on the map, aren't I? Or is that Mirror Tender that's supposed to do that? I don't really know.
Enemy commander destroyed.
What? Oh. There's a sack in the back of their base. I was like, what? How?
An allied commander self-destructed.
So this is 930 metal for 120 energy. This is 480 metal for 100 energy. So just, you know, for reference as far as how inefficient these solar panels are.
An allied commander self-destructed. Enemy commander
Reclaim them.
destroyed.
Reclaim them, Commander. Use your con turret. Yes. The hero we needed. Goblin battles. The way to win these is by
Enemy
select
commander
firing.
destroyed.
You target fire with goblins in a goblin battle, you're gonna be the king of goblins. It's not my base. It's my base. Go. So build this. A little bit of excess energy production, may as well turn it into metal. When in Rome.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Share me units to micro, please. This guy's not building units for the team, he's building units for him. I'm a little worried right now.
You've received new units.
Hounds? No, I meant the backline guy. Who is this? Does he know? E.
An allied commander has died.
Centaur are not nearly as powerful as they once were, which is good. They were basically unstoppable before. Now they're good, but not uncontestable. What's going on back here? Share to me, please. This guy's stuck on the lab?
You've received new units. You've received new units. Low power.
This only works if we use the metal that we would have spent on the lab and put it on the field. So, hopefully that starts happening. This is going to save us some energy upgrading to T2 mexes, though, funnily enough. Share me these. Let me micro. I have APM to spare. Let me use it.
You've received new units. An allied commander has died. T2 unit detected. An allied commander has died.
Where? Oh god. What happened? Oh no. Alright, well our timer just got significantly shorter. Fortunately, napalm is kind of a damage over time sort of a thing. Centaurs are a little scary. Not, again, like I said, they're not unbeatable, but they are a little scary.
You've received new units. An allied commander has died. commander has died.
We are losing that other side, though.
You've received new units.
More Strider, sure. Basically keep kiting these guys as efficiently as possible. We're gonna have T2 out shortly, which is kind of our cue to retreat with these units. But until that time, we'll just keep on trading out as much as we can. Not really a reason to fight those, is there? Just come back. Damn, that choke point has killed us 3 times now. I know, I just don't have a great way of, getting to them. Trust me, though, I really wish I did. They're just so damn fast. We already lost 20 minutes ago, though. 15 minutes ago. Our entire right-hand side has been collapsing for this entire game. Oh my god.
You're overflowing metal.
Isn't producing units. Unfortunately. Funfortunately. I'm gonna make units since this guy not even in the game anymore.
You've
God damn it.
received new units.
Well, it all makes sense now, doesn't it? It's like Why are we so not making units here? Oh, because we left the game.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Well, would you look at that?
An allied commander has died.
Yeah, we're well cooked here.
An allied commander has died.
Bombardiers are pretty cool, though. They're little explosive projectiles. Very good against T1 spam, for sure. Don't eat my friends. Don't eat my friends' units, please.
T3 unit detected.
That would be BM. Send enough Jaguars our way, we might as well be able to, or we might well be able to claw our way out of this just by sheer power of reclaim. Never mind, T3's at our front door. I'm an optimist. Don't get me wrong, I'm an optimist. Shiva are not a good look for us. They're definitely bad news. One of those things you see that ruins the day. Jamakis couldn't eco hard enough. And who could, honestly? Who could? I appreciate the infestors going out to reclaim, though. That's kind of cute.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Slash Louis UI reload. Yeah, that's an old trick. Look at Hazard. Look at this base, this bastion in the dark. What a hero. That's a lot of ticks. Whoa, that's a lot of marauders.
An allied commander has died.
Get to the high ground. I can see the future. We don't live to see tomorrow. Bombardiers doing their best. incinerator also doing its best. Where did this come from? Why do I have this? Why is this my incinerator? Wait. What's going on around here? The thing is that, like, this incinerator automatically procs flanking bonus on all of these, on everything. So it does work out quite nicely.
You've received new units.
Oh, I can't micro these. Give them to this guy. Who is this? Biscuit Fiend. Go!
An allied commander has died.
$600 build power, 300 build power. Yeah, these have way more build power. I was like, thinking about it, I was like, wait a second. Spybot here. Oh, my own bastion. I thought he was talking about some other bastion. No, he meant his own bastion. You know what? Javelin and Praetorian working in tandem work pretty good. Some mechs up and running. Oh. Well, that's pretty funny. We'll split off a couple of you guys. That is pretty funny. Stop it in its tracks, yeah! It's so funny.
Long-range plasma cannons are targeting your units.
Yeah, methinks T3 is too good. And methinks me don't have the base for it. Alright, it was a good try. Jamaica's egoed as hard as he could. The end of the day, it's the end of the day.
You're overflowing metal.
Our team is still chock full of believers. I will keep fighting. I will throw my vote, but not my towel. This. Do your job. Be the sharpshooter you always wanted to be. that'll work. Yeah, we've definitely lost this. There's no chance in hell that we win this. I mean, look at the map control here. This is pretty unbelievable. I don't even know what to build. Yeah, it's been well done. Like if you know, if we were playing against a couple of noobs, maybe they had like Classic and SK10 and Read Suite on their team. Gentlemen who know well how to eco scale. It's all right. It's all right. It's how it goes sometimes.
Ended.
It is how it goes sometimes. We lost that. We lost this entire northern side super early on, and despite a phenomenal push on the southern side, our orange player did great holding this as well. I was very confused about the plan. I did not play as well as I probably could have. You know, yeah, you lose so much ground, and those metal extractors are so much more efficient than aphises. Like if you think about a metal extractor extracting 9 metal per second versus an aphis produces, you know, more or less 40 metal per second for 12,000 metal versus the mechs for, you know, 2,000 metal, I guess, if you wanted to make it produce about 40 or so. It the math does not math in your favor. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. All right, I got time for one more quick one. Why don't we go ahead and do Why don't we go ahead and do a little adamantium factory? How many? We have 16, right? So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Nice. Very nice. Not for the weak-willed. Eco does not equal cohesive team. Yeah, well, and you know that guy, whoever that guy was that's base was sitting right behind me. That was just sitting idle for like half the game. I would have loved to have had that base. That's why I always recommend, like, if you're going to resign, at least hand your base over to somebody so that at least, you know, there's odds that they might use it. Because otherwise, man, you can throw your team out so hard. I'm not saying, by the way, that was the reason why we lost that game. I'm just saying it's annoying when it happens and you're like, hey, why isn't this guy making units and looking like a fool for 20 minutes? And then you're like, oh, because this person left the game 20 minutes ago and I've just been sitting here staring at their empty base. So now I'm the asshole. Lobbers and railguns. Yep, still no air. No air gaming. You will win by force, or you will not win. Now, how do we do this on Adamantium Factory is the good question. The question of all time. I do want to play Legion. I think I know what I want to do. I think I've got it. I've got it. You know what that long-range siege cannon thing reminds me of a lot? That one reminds me a lot of the Scarab, the Star Wars Scarab. That's what that thing looks like. Yeah, they're better. They're better in rings outwards from the center. 4x. I believe this is 3x. Am I right about that? I might just be totally misleading people. 5, 4. 5, 4. E, T, etc. Scuffed. Very, very scuffed. All the way at the bottom. No.
Please choose your starting location.
Right here. I'm gonna do the classic strategy. Anything else? Star Wars Scarab. Oh, Halo. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Did I really say Star Wars Scarab? Oh my goodness. Can you tell that I'm a little scatterbrained today? Yeesh. Sorry about that. Lost 1,000 subscribers just from saying that. The Halo Scarab. Thank you. Thank you so much. The Star Wars, they have one too, but it reminds me more of the... It reminds me a lot more of the... What is it called? It reminds me of the three... It reminds me of the, Wow, I can't believe I'm blanking on this name. It reminds me of the... It's like AT-AT? No, it's not the AT-AT, it's the three-legged one from the Clone Wars. Whatever that one's called. ATTE, there we go. All-terrain tactical enforcer is what you're thinking of. Thank you. Republic six-legged walker. I knew somebody out there would know. Yeah, that's the one that the what is it called? The Vanguard reminds me of now. You know, because it's all six-legged. No, I mean, too many legs. Too many legs. Too many walkers in Star Wars, not gonna lie. Yeah, honestly true. So true. Star Wars was chock full of walkers. They had so many. And they were just being greedy. They didn't need that many walkers. They really didn't. Oh, that's right. There's no air to be worried about. What have we got over there? Oh, a tick. Lovely. I'd like to kill you, please. Why am I over here? Why did you bring me here?
Metal.
Throw them all over the place. To every corner of the world. Really shouldn't build these up here. It's pretty inefficient, but what are you gonna do? Fight me?
Low power.
You wouldn't dare. We were talking about 3 legs. I wasn't ever talking about 3 legs. Somebody else brought that up, but yeah, we were talking about Star Wars droids. How do I remove... What is the command for this? I always forget it. It's like... Is it shift tilde? Yeah, it is. Shift tilde removes a specific coordinate of pieces off the board. I was talking about 4 legs, and I was talking about basically the one in this game, which I'm forgetting the name of all of a sudden.
Detected.
It's one of the new Legion vehicles. Oh, sniper droid? Yeah, there was the crab droid, which maybe is what I was thinking of. No. Are you kidding me? This guy, dude. This guy. He's not the smartest pickle in the light bulb drawer, but he's definitely the brightest. It's like call and response. They ping, you ping. One of these.
An allied commander has died.
Doing pretty good so far. I wonder if just a bajillion Centurion would work. Just kind of curious about that.
Low power.
Lobbers galore. I don't mind a tactical metal donation. See, maybe we can do some damage here. We're just going up against lobbers. I feel like the answer might be yes. What I mean, we may as well kill this thing.
Enemy commander destroyed.
These down. Now I am the one tactically metal feeding. Very good, very good. No, Skylar. I am the one who feeds. Go. This guy finished up, and we're looking good. Suddenly, our energy is skyrocketing.
You're overflowing metal.
You are. Wow. Build a bunch of these. Build one of these preemptively. I know I'm going to want it. I know I'm going to need it. It's like we do indeed have the bajillion Centurion strat going on. This guy needs a pathway. There we go. Keep a pathway right there open. We should go to Praetorian instead. I know what we're going to. 1 bajillion of these guys. You do need this quite badly, though.
T3 unit detected.
Now we're spending our metal with
T3
reckless
unit
abandon.
is ready.
There's no air to worry about. I was trying to build anti-air, but there was no. Don't have to worry about that.
Long-range plasma cannon detected.
Oh, these things are so cool.
Has died.
Oh man, these things are so cool. The Ultimate Legion Showcase.
Titan detected.
How's this coming along? Pretty good. Pretty good, can't lie. Glad I went for that early on. Worthwhile investment.
Long-range plasma cannons are targeting the units. Enemy commander destroyed. Enemy commander destroyed.
Let's wait to fill these in until afterwards. We can safely eat this tick.
Detected.
Split this up. Alright, well they've got a Starfall
Allied
too.
commander has
It would
died.
appear. Need you to get out of the way. generators. Need you badly. Lost like all my eco right there. This guy out. Stream of these. It's absolutely as far as possible. Nice. Shield's very OP. There goes my entire economy. Love it when that happens. Very cool. Very cool. How are they? Where is this scouting coming from? Are they just cheating, or what is going on here?
Near the flowing meadow.
Why are they able to see my entire base? Why exactly are they able to see my entire base? Let's take it easy now.
Enemy commander destroyed. Praetorian. A lot of stuff in there, but none of it's particularly useful. Pay your cost. Get that wreckage. Near the flowing meadow.
Like nothing there. We'll go to that side, we'll go to this side. See what happens. Why not go for Super Garganeth? Definitely very curious about that. soul seems to be the way to go. Just the very best guy there ever was. Probing around for weak points. We're moving at 0.8 speed. Next. Those cursed six-legged looking fillers. Southern side has been carved up quite badly.
You've received new units.
That. Receive new units. I don't know where I'm getting these from. Wasn't as much damage as I really thought it would do, but it seems like it did enough. Our southern side is falling quite rapidly. Behemoth, pretty good. Oh, their cannons are turning on me. Not a comfy feeling. the behemoth. Ah, we popped on that southern side. Oh no. Even with like basically perfect flanking bonus, it's still only about 1% per second. It's crazy. I think we may be cooked. He just do so much damage. Oh my goodness. GG. The metalist game there ever did was. Yeah, there's no punching through those shields. They're just too thick. Tickled this southern side pretty good. I don't know. We punched really hard in the midsection, but they broke both of our southern and northern sides. Ah, it was too much. It was just too much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our fun comes to an end today. Unfortunately, that is where... Oh, okay, the lobby crashed. I was going to set the team size down, but apparently... Don't even have to worry about it. The piss laser, indeed. That's what the Invictus Soul has mounted atop each of its shoulders, huh? Wow. Thanks a ton for watching, everybody. What a incredible stream this has been. We covered all the patch notes in one big stream. We also got a chance to talk with Zephyr, which of course was a lovely opportunity. Let me know who you think I should talk to next. I love doing these like interviews, and I'd love to do more of them with more people. I know other people have voiced interest in that as well. So, you know, put your suggestions down there, and hopefully I get a chance to in the very next one. I would love to turn these Saturday events into like you know, rather than just, you know, we just play games for 4 hours, maybe we could do an hour of talking to a dev, and then 4 hours of games, and then an hour of talking to somebody else, or an hour of trying something new, you know, whatever it is. I would love to schedule some, you know, kind of more of a curriculum of events rather than just one thing. That's kind of what I'm looking to in the future. So anyways, love the dev interviews. Yep, I figured you guys would like that. I'm glad you did. So anyways, thrilled about that. Hope you guys have a lovely weekend. Stay nice and relaxed for me. Make sure you take some time off, take a breather, and I will see you in the very next video, live stream, podcast, interview, whatever it happens to be. Peace out, Commanders. Thanks a ton.